hecho 1 hora antes, porque la idea era
Yes.
de 12 a 12:30 y luego media hora de descanso.
Do I have to be here now, Hamid?
No, you should be here in 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but make sure to sit in the same place because you change your
Look-
position
looking
often.
things. I thought this was going to last 10 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, well.
Well, that's why I said let's meet an hour before.
Yep. What's happened about Alessandro? Is he linked up yet?
No, but I'm in touch with them. I'm in touch with him and Alessio. They're working on it.
Any signs of life?
Well, they say if they're updating his computer, if it doesn't work, they're going to use Alessio's, which is set up.
I say this is just do that automatically.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, it's being taken care of.
Oh, not right now.
So who just joined? Is that Jordana here?
What? I'll wait
Jordana?
later. Not right now.
Confidence. So during the meeting, you must put that a fisherman's friend.
Los tengo ahí preparados todos
right,
en
and
fila,
listen
uno por
and-
otro.
and lots of water. All right?
Lo siento, David, pero...
No, no. You can't.
I'll mute you. So welcome everybody to the International Marxist University. This event is organized by the International Marxist Tendency, which is an international revolutionary organization. This is an organization working for socialist revolution in more than 50 countries. And I can assure you that we have a great program lined up for you. But before that, we have a couple of technical announcements. Some of you might wonder why I am pausing so often. Some of you might wonder why. Well, there you have it. Some of you might wonder why I'm pausing so often. We seem to be having some technical problems. If you just bear with me. And that is because behind the scenes, we have 13 teams of translators. Some of them you cannot hear right now. Translating the sessions into Chinese, French, German, Indonesian. Our translator is having a problem. If you just bear with us. Can another Spanish translator step in? Okay. Behind the scenes, we have 13 teams of translators. Translating the sessions into Chinese, French, German, Indonesian. Italian, Russian, Macedonian, Portuguese. Serbo-Croatian, Russian, Turkish. Spanish, Urdu and Hindi, and Arabic. If you want to listen to the sessions in one of these languages, you can click on the translation menu on the left side of the website. Which will then take you to a different app called Discord, where the different languages are broadcast. On the server of each of these languages, there are manuals to explain how to use this service. We also sent out this information in emails to all of you. And I hope it's not going to be too disruptive for the experience of the school. If you're already on Discord, make sure to enter the settings and disable all notifications. Which will otherwise disrupt your listening. This is all described and explained in the manuals, which are all available in every language on the Discord service. If you're listening to translations on Discord, we also recommend that you turn off the volume of the main stream or turn it down so they don't disturb you listening to the translation. Furthermore, unfortunately, we're not all in the same room. And we can't see each other. So in order to overcome that, I'm asking you to take pictures of yourselves and the people that you're potentially gathered with, and share them on social media with the hashtags Marxist University, IMU, and IMU 2020. I'm sure that someone will be kind enough to post this in the chat on the website as well. On this website, on the left-hand menu bar, you'll also be able to see the schedule. Now, the times are indicated in British summertime. But we also have a time zone converter. So you can see what the local time is whenever the sessions are. Now, friends and comrades, this school has taken weeks and weeks of preparation. Almost 150 people have been working very hard to make this happen. This is a very big undertaking. And we might have some technical glitches during the school. But I'm sure that together we can overcome them all. As the great revolutionary Leon Trotsky once said, what really sets a Bolshevik or a revolutionary apart from other types of people is an iron determination to overcome all obstacles. And I've seen plenty of evidence that that determination is present here. After all great things in life includes a little bit of effort. And what greater thing is there than the cause of the socialist revolution? And the cause of the liberation of humankind from the shackles of class society. I have to say, this school is a truly historic event. "6,000 people have signed up to participate in the event. From more than 115 countries around the world. There is no time for me to go through the whole list of countries. But I can tell you that we have comrades tuning in from literally every corner of the world. In many places, the comrades have gathered in groups, viewing the school together. Other places, some comrades are tuning in from lockdown isolation. But the revolutionary Marxist movement has not had anything like this. Going back to World War II and the Fourth International, really. Now, this is a slap in the face of all the cynics. All those who say that the youth and the workers are not interested in theory. Or in the ideas of Marxism. They say that the workers and youth don't understand. But the truth is that they are the ones who don't understand. What working class people want is not soothing answers. Or half solutions. What they want are ideas that can explain this turmoil that we see in the world today. And show a real way out. A radical and revolutionary way out. Now, this school is dedicated to defending the ideas of Marxism and to answer those who attack it one by one. And in the same breath, to raise our collective theoretical understanding. And let's be clear about one more thing. This school might be called the Marxist University, but this is no academic exercise. The sole purpose of the sessions and discussions that we're going to have over the next few days is to prepare and arm ourselves with the most powerful ideas in the world, and prepare to intervene in the class struggle internationally. To prepare for the great revolutionary events which lie ahead of us. Where if we are equipped with a solid theoretical foundation, we can help bring these movements to reach their only logical conclusion. The overthrow of capitalism and a socialist revolution. Now, speaking today, I have the honor to present Alan Woods, who is a member of the International Marxist Tendency. He's a Marxist theoretician. He's written many books about philosophy, the history of the Russian Revolution. Sorry, the history of the Bolshevik Party, and many more. He's the editor of the In Defense of Marxism website. And he's a revolutionary and active member of the workers' movement for 6 decades. Now, Alan will be speaking on the topic of A World on Fire. Which is the perspective for world revolution today, essentially. And without further ado, I will bring in Alan to present this speech himself. If you just have patience with me for a couple of moments. Okay. Are you ready, Alan?
Yes.
No, espera.
Wait.
Are you ready, Alan?
Ahora estoy.
Wait.
¿Me oís? ¿Me oís? ¿Se me oye?
We are live.
Dana's translation, is it available?
Yes. Anna's translation is available. Can we have Nico go off the Spanish translation channel? Okay, Anna, can you speak in the Spanish translation? One moment.
¿Se me oye? ¿Se me oye? ¿Aló?
No.
¿No me oís? Dios, no se me oye. A ver.
Please bear with us.
Algo
Yeah. You have to go into the Perspectivas Mundiales channel.
¿Me oye?
Perspectivas Mundiales channel.
A ver. Perspectivas Mundiales.
Channel.
A ver. ¿Se me oye?
Please bear with us. No, not yet.
Pues, can you hear me?
No.
Oh, bloody hell.
Shh. Please. In these internet times, things are very complicated still.
World Perspectives channel.
Anna, you need to click on the three lines in the top left corner and click on World Perspectives. Okay, say something. Yes, you're live. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. So let's give it to Alan, who'll be speaking on World Perspectives. Thank you very much, Alan. Go ahead.
There are moments in world history which are moments of fundamental change.
Hay momentos en la historia internacional que son momentos de cambio decisivo.
We are currently living in just such a moment.
Vivimos actualmente precisamente en uno de esos momentos.
And it always occurs that in such times, people tend to look for historical parallels and analogies.
Siempre ocurre que en esas situaciones la gente tiende a buscar puntos de referencia y paralelos históricos.
You know, it's like 1929, or it's like the Great Depression, or it's like the 1917, or whatever.
Siempre se tiende a decir, bueno, esto es como en 1929, esto es como la Gran Depresión, esto es como 1917.
We feel a kind of psychological comfort when we establish such parallels.
Sentimos una especie de comodidad mental cuando establecemos esos paralelos.
We feel that we are somehow standing on solid ground.
Parece que nos sentimos como que estamos andando sobre terreno sólido.
Unfortunately, now we are not standing on solid grounds at all.
Pero, desgraciadamente, ahora no nos encontramos en ningún terreno sólido.
Because there's absolutely nothing in history of the last centuries that bears the slightest resemblance to the situation which we now face on a world scale.
Porque no hay ningún ejemplo en los siglos anteriores anteriores que reflejen de ninguna manera la situación por la que ahora mismo estamos viviendo.
The Bank of England recently said that this was the deepest crisis for the last 300 years. I mean, that's saying quite a lot, 3 centuries, quite a long time, you would think.
El Banco de Inglaterra acaba de decir que nos encontramos en la crisis más profunda de los últimos 300 años.
But even
Eso
this,
ya es decir algo.
but even this is an insufficient parallel.
Pero incluso esto es un paralelo insuficiente.
If you're going to look for a serious historical parallel to the present situation, you would have to go back, in my opinion, to the 14th century, to the Black Death, which killed nearly half the population of Europe.
Si queremos encontrar algo parecido a la situación actual, tenemos que remontarnos al siglo XIV, a la situación en que de Europa en que se encontró con la peste negra y prácticamente la mitad de la población.
You know, people then must have believed that they were living through a nightmare.
La gente creía que vivía en una pesadilla
It was a nightmare.
y lo era.
And many people actually fervently believed that the end of the world had come. The end of the world was approaching. They believed this.
Y la gente creía fervientemente que se acercaba el fin del mundo.
Now, in historical retrospect, we can say that it was not the end of the world that was approaching.
Y si utilizamos la retrospectiva histórica, podemos ver que no era el fin del mundo el que se estaba acercando,
It was the demise of a particular socio-economic system called feudalism.
sino la muerte de un sistema socioeconómico particular llamado feudalismo.
And actually, the Black Death, you may not realize this, the Black Death actually played a material role in hastening this process. That's perfectly true.
Quizás no os deis cuenta de que la peste negra, de hecho, jugó un papel fundamental para precipitar estos acontecimientos.
So we can say that there's a certain parallel there, I would think.
Y por eso creo que podríamos decir que ahí es donde sí que hay un pequeño paralelo.
Although it's true to say, of course, that we've not yet at least approached numbers of people killed that approach these frightful figures of the Black Death. That's true.
Aunque sí que es verdad que no podemos decir que el número de muertes actuales por esta pandemia tienen nada que ver todavía con los que tuvieron lugar con la peste negra.
But the coronavirus pandemic, it exceeds the Black Death to start with by its colossal global reach.
Lo que sí podemos decir del coronavirus que a diferencia de la peste negra sí que excede la colosal globalización de la enfermedad.
And actually, nobody knows how many people have died of this terrible disease so far. The governments systematically lie and conceal the figures and distort the figures.
Y de hecho no se sabe cuántos muertos ha habido hasta ahora porque sistemáticamente todos los gobiernos mienten y esconden las verdaderas cifras.
But we can be certain that the figures of deaths will reach more than 1 million by the end of the year. That's absolutely certain.
Pero de una cosa que podemos estar completamente seguros es que el número de muertes desde luego llegará al millón al menos para finales de este año.
And the pandemic is still raging out of control, especially in Africa, Asia, and Latin America.
Y la pandemia sigue extendiéndose fuera de control, especialmente en África, en Asia y en América Latina.
But also in the United States, which after all is the richest country in the world.
Pero también en los Estados Unidos, que después de todo es el país más rico del mundo.
Now, it is important to point out one thing which is generally not understood.
Es necesario señalar un punto que no se conoce generalmente.
The coronavirus pandemic is not the cause of the present economic crisis.
La pandemia de coronavirus no es la causa de la crisis económica actual.
Although it has undoubtedly complicated the whole situation and enormously deepened the crisis, well, that's correct.
Aunque sí que hay que decir que la ha complicado y la ha profundizado la crisis existente.
But the capitalist system, if you look at the figures, was already in a state of crisis before this disease took a grip.
Pero si miramos las cifras económicas, podemos ver que el sistema capitalista ya se encontraba en crisis antes de que surgiese esta pandemia.
The slowdown in China was already existing well before this.
La desaceleración situación que tuvo lugar en China ya había empezado mucho antes del coronavirus.
And in general, there was a decrease in all kinds of economic indices that was quite plain.
Y había un descenso de todos los índices económicos.
The trade war between China and America already existed and was getting worse.
La guerra comercial que había entre América y China ya existía y ahora se ha acentuado.
So capitalism was already heading towards a crisis, a serious crisis, well before this.
Así que el capitalismo, podemos decir que estaba dirigiéndose de cabeza ya a una crisis antes de que estos acontecimientos tuvieran lugar.
But of course, the pandemic now adds to this in a very important way.
Pero por supuesto, la pandemia pues ahora añade más a toda esta situación que tenemos.
Dialectically speaking, cause becomes effect and effect becomes cause.
Dialécticamente, la causa se convierte en efecto y el efecto se convierte en causa.
And that's what you see. An enormous downward spiral now is taking place, which they can't control.
Y es lo que vemos, que hay una espiral descendente y que nadie puede controlar.
And this situation, as I say, is quite unique in this. You will not find anything like this, ever.
E insisto en que esta situación es muy única. No podemos encontrar en el pasado algo paralelo a ello.
The first difference with the past, which I would emphasize, the enormous, the breathtaking speed of events, the breathtaking speed of the economic collapse, for example.
Lo que sí, una de las peculiaridades de la situación actual es la velocidad tan asombrosa con la que se está dando este colapso económico.
After the Wall Street economic financial crash of 1929, it took several years for mass employment to really take a hold in the United States.
De hecho, después del crash del mercado de valores de 1929, llevó varios años para que el desempleo empezara a desarrollarse de manera grave en los Estados Unidos.
Now it took only 15 days for the US stock market to fall by 20%, which is the fastest decline ever seen in history.
Ahora solo necesitó 15 días, o sea, pasaron 15 días para que el mercado de valores de los Estados Unidos cayera un 20%, lo cual ha sido el declive más grande que se ha visto en la vida.
And with a matter of months or even weeks, unemployment in the USA already reached the astonishing figure of 40 million people unemployed in the United States.
Y en cuestión de meses o incluso semanas, el desempleo en los Estados Unidos alcanzó la asombrosa cifra de 40 millones de desempleados.
And this situation has taken the strategists of capital, starting with the bourgeois economists, completely by surprise. They're stunned.
Esto ha supuesto una gran sorpresa para toda la burguesía, pero sobre todo para los economistas burgueses que se encuentran todavía en situación de asombrados.
The economists have shown a complete, yet again, not the first time or the second time, yet again they've shown a complete inability to understand what is occurring, let alone provide a solution to the crisis.
Los economistas burgueses, una vez más, han mostrado la inhabilidad y una completa bancarrota para entender la naturaleza de la crisis, mucho menos la habilidad para poder proveer una solución.
The economic forecasts, so-called, of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are completely useless because, for the simple reason that nobody can predict the outcome of the present coronavirus pandemic.
Los pronósticos económicos del Fondo Monetario Internacional y del Banco Mundial son totalmente inútiles, ya que nadie puede predecir las consecuencias de la pandemia actual del coronavirus.
The only thing which we can predict with absolute confidence is the situation will go from bad to worse. That is certain.
Solo podemos predecir que la situación va a ir de mal en peor.
In 1938, the great Marxist Leon Trotsky referred to the ruling class of the world, and I quote, tobogganing to disaster with their eyes closed. And this is precisely the position we see at the present time.
En 1938, el gran revolucionario León Trotsky se refirió a la clase dominante del mundo como que se estaba deslizando hacia el desastre con los ojos cerrados. Y eso es precisamente lo que tenemos hoy en día.
And this is something different. If you think about it, this is something quite different. It's a different situation now.
Y pensadlo, esto es una
10
situación.
minutes gone, Alan.
In the past, even in moments of deep crisis, such as economic crisis, slumps, or wars, people felt, at least, they felt that the government, if it didn't exactly control the situation, well, at least it had some kind of a plan to get out of the crisis.
En el pasado, incluso en momentos de crisis profunda, de guerra, etcétera, la gente sentía que el gobierno, si no exactamente se encontraba en control de la situación, al menos había algún tipo de plan para poder salir de la crisis.
Now, today, that's evidently not the case.
Pero hoy en día este no es el caso.
You know, there's an old saying, I don't know whether it's in English anyway, I don't know if it exists in other languages.
Hay una expresión que no sé si, una vieja expresión que no sé si se lo decís en otros países,
That the people get the government which it deserves.
que dice que la gente tiene el gobierno que se merece.
Now, that is not actually correct.
Pero eso no es estrictamente correcto.
But what is perfectly true is that at the present time, the ruling class of the world has got the government that it deserves, most definitely.
Pero lo que sí es perfectamente verdad es que la clase dominante en la actual crisis tiene el gobierno que ella se merece.
We have the Holy Trinity, or the unholy Trinity, I should say, of Donald Trump in the USA, Boris Johnson in Britain, and Bolsonaro in Brazil.
Ahora tenemos aquí la Santísima Trinidad al completo, con Donald Trump en los Estados Unidos, o Boris Johnson en Gran Bretaña y Bolsonaro en Brasil.
What do these people represent?
¿Qué es lo que representan esta gente?
They're a personification of the complete intellectual and moral bankruptcy of the bourgeoisie in the stage of its senile decay. That's what they represent.
Representan la personificación de la bancarrota intelectual y moral de la burguesía en esta etapa de decadencia senil.
It's a very pessimistic picture that faces the bourgeoisie.
Es un cuadro muy pesimista al que se enfrenta la burguesía.
But in order to console themselves somehow, the economists are now predicting that don't worry, because after this crisis is over, there's going to be a powerful recovery, a rebound, they say.
Pero ahora, para consolarse a sí mismos, los economistas están prediciendo una recuperación muy poderosa una vez que pase esta pandemia.
This is a complete illusion. It's a dream.
Pero eso es una pura ilusión, un sueño.
You see, let's look at the facts.
Miremos a los hechos.
In order to prevent an immediate collapse of the capitalist system, governments have poured trillions of dollars into the economy just to keep it alive.
Para evitar un colapso inmediato del sistema capitalista, los gobiernos no han reparado en gastos para invertir para introducir en la economía.
And this, of course, it has succeeded. We have to admit it has succeeded in preventing an immediate collapse, yes, but at what cost?
Estos billones inyectados a la economía sí que han tenido un efecto, pero ¿a qué coste?
And what are the costs for the future?
¿Y cuál es el coste para el futuro?
The effect of this is quite clear. They're piling up a mountain of debt, and debts, believe it or not, sooner or later must be paid.
El efecto que ha tenido es el de acumular una montaña de deuda, y las deudas, como se sabe, más pronto o más tarde tienen que ser pagadas.
Yes, and the question is very simple. Who is going to pay?
Y la pregunta es sencilla. ¿Quién va a pagarla?
That's the question nobody wants to ask, but it is the fundamental question.
Esa es la pregunta que nadie quiere hacerse.
By the way, it's the same question, to draw an historical analogy.
Y mucho menos contestarla. Y, por cierto, hablando de analogías,
This was the same question that started the French Revolution and the English Revolution.
esta es la misma cuestión que hizo que comenzara la Revolución Inglesa y la Revolución Francesa.
Huge public debts, and the question arose, who's going to pay when the nobility and the clergy refused to pay?
La deuda pública gigantesca una deuda pública gigantesca que las aristócratas, la clase dominante, se negaba a pagar.
The fat cats refused to pay then, and they'll refuse to be sure that they'll refuse to pay now also.
Los más ricos se rehusaron a pagar y es la misma situación hoy en día.
And that started the revolution, both in in England and in France.
Y eso es lo que comenzó la revolución, que dio paso a la revolución tanto en Inglaterra como en Francia.
It is quite clear what's going to happen. The full weight of the crisis will be placed on the shoulders of those least able to pay.
Está claro lo que va a pasar. El peso total de la crisis se va a colocar sobre los hombros de aquellos que tienen menos capacidad para pagar.
The poor, the old, the sick,
Los pobres, los viejos, los enfermos,
the unemployed,
los desempleados,
the working class, in other words, and the middle class also will be
la
hit.
clase trabajadora y también la clase media.
And this is a finished recipe for class struggle, for revolutionary class struggle, in all countries, in every country in the world without exception.
Y esta es una receta acabada para la lucha de clases en todos los países.
That's the real perspective.
Esa es la auténtica.
It is a perspective of world revolution, yes.
Es una perspectiva de revolución mundial, sí.
You think I'm exaggerating?
¿Decís que pensáis que exagero?
Well, let me call a witness for the defense.
Dejadme que le pida a un testigo de la defensa que hable.
The more thinking representatives of the ruling class are already coming to the same conclusion as the Marxists.
Los representantes más inteligentes de la clase dominante están llegando a las mismas conclusiones que los marxistas.
I could give many examples. Let's just quote one for lack of time.
Os puedo dar muchos ejemplos, pero me voy a referir a uno en concreto por falta de tiempo.
Please write this down.
Escribid esto.
A couple of months ago, the Financial Times wrote the following, and I quote,
Hace un par de meses, el Financial Times, el periódico Financial Times de Inglaterra, escribió lo siguiente.
a return to austerity would be madness.
Y cito, un retorno a la austeridad sería una locura.
An invitation to widespread social unrest,
Una invitación a un malestar social generalizado,
if not revolution.
si no revolución.
I repeat, if not revolution. They're clear on this.
Repito, si no revolución. Esto lo tienen claro.
And a godsend for the populace, a present for the
Una
populists.
bendición, un regalo del cielo para los populistas.
Populist is the word they use for anyone they don't like.
Populista es el término que utilizan para todos aquellos que no les gustan.
In other words, the serious representatives of capital understand that revolution is implicit in the whole situation.
En pocas palabras, los representantes de la burguesía saben que la revolución se encuentra implícita en la situación
And they're not mistaken.
y no están equivocados.
Karl Marx said, social being determines consciousness. That's what he said.
Carlos Marx dijo, el ser social determina la conciencia.
And what we see now is very interesting. It's lightning speed of change of consciousness.
Y lo que vemos ahora es muy clarividente, pues, porque hay cambios repentinos en la situación.
This applies to all classes in society, by the way, starting at the top.
Y esto es aplicable a todas las clases sociales, empezando por arriba.
Crisis of the bourgeois, black pessimism of the strategists of capital.
Crisis de la burguesía y con unas perspectivas negras para el sistema.
Pessimism also of the petty bourgeoisie,
Pesimismo también de la pequeña burguesía,
expressed in that other pandemic,
expresada también en esa otra pandemia,
which has a terrible effect in the universities, which has killed
que está,
every single university in the world.
que está afectando a todas las universidades, que las está matando por todo el mundo.
It's a terrible disease. It's got no vaccine. It will ever be found for this.
Una terrible enfermedad que no se ha encontrado vacuna.
It's called postmodernism.
Se llama posmodernismo.
But we'll leave that to one side. I think it will be dealt with in other sessions of this school.
Dejamos este aspecto a un lado porque va a tratarse en concreto en otra parte de esta escuela.
But for the Marxists, of course, the most important change of consciousness is the consciousness of the working class.
Pero para los marxistas lo más
20 minutes gone.
es el cambio de conciencia de la clase trabajadora.
And this, of course, does not proceed in a straight line.
Y esta, por supuesto, no se desarrolla en una línea recta.
For a long time, it lags behind the objective situation. That we know.
durante mucho tiempo, eso lo sabemos, va por detrás de los acontecimientos reales.
But sooner or later it catches up, and it catches up with a bang.
Pero más pronto o más tarde se pone al día con un gran estruendo.
And that's precisely what a revolution is.
Y eso es precisamente de lo que se trata una revolución.
We see that taking place now, at least the beginnings of it.
Estamos viendo eso ahora mismo, al menos el comienzo.
Everywhere you look, you see a growing discontent, anger, fury, and hatred of the existing order. Everywhere you look.
Mires por donde mires, se ve indignación, descontento, odio creciente.
Yeah, when I say all countries, I mean all countries.
Y cuando digo que esto se ve en todos los países, eso es exactamente lo que quiero decir.
And we have a very striking example taking place right now,
Y tenemos un gran ejemplo ahora mismo,
with events on the mass demonstrations taking place on the streets of Israel, of all countries.
con las masivas manifestaciones que están teniendo en las calles de Israel, hablando de todos los países, Israel.
But of course, the most graphic expression is the movement that's took place and is still taking place in the United States of America.
Pero el ejemplo más gráfico que tuvo lugar y sigue teniendo lugar es el que ha ocurrido en los Estados Unidos.
And it seems as if this movement came from nowhere, like a thunderbolt from a clear blue sky.
Y parecía que este movimiento había surgido de la nada, como un relámpago de un cielo azul.
But this movement did not come from nowhere.
Pero este movimiento no vino de la nada,
As they say, nothing comes from nothing.
porque como se dice, de la nada no viene nada.
It was the result of decades and generations of exploitation, oppression, poverty, bad housing, racism, police violence, and so on.
Es el resultado de décadas de pobreza, de opresión, de explotación, de racismo, de malas viviendas, de violencia policial.
It is sparked off, as you know, by the brutal police murder of George Floyd.
Esto fue desencadenado, como sabéis, por el brutal asesinato por parte de la policía de George Floyd.
But that's an explanation which explains nothing.
Pero esa es una explicación que explica nada.
There were many murders like that who took place over many decades without provoking any similar protests.
Porque ha habido muchos asesinatos en las últimas décadas que no han provocado una situación similar.
But dialectics teaches us at a certain point that quantity becomes transformed into quality.
Pero la dialéctica nos explica que la cantidad se convierte en calidad.
For millions of poor people in the USA, the murder of George Floyd was the straw that broke the camel's back, the tipping point, if you like to use that expression.
Y para mucha gente en Estados Unidos, el asesinato de George Floyd fue como la última gota que desbordó el vaso.
And what's absolutely amazing about the situation in the United States is the lightning speed with which events unfolded.
Y lo más significativo en este ejemplo de los Estados Unidos fue la velocidad de relámpago con la que se desencadenaron los
There was
acontecimientos.
an immediate eruption, an immediate reaction.
Hubo una reacción inmediata.
In Minneapolis, for example, where the whole thing started,
En Minneapolis, por ejemplo, que fue donde empezó todo el movimiento,
the police were forced to flee from a crowd of angry demonstrators who proceeded to burn down the precinct, the police station.
la policía tuvo que huir de una multitud de manifestantes enfurecidos que a continuación incendiaron la comisaría de policía.
I don't believe there's been anything remotely like that on that scale in the whole of recent American history. I don't think so.
Yo creo que no ha habido algo similar en toda la historia reciente de los Estados Unidos.
And it was almost as if there was a giant invisible hand which suddenly moved similar demonstrations all over America simultaneously, practically.
Y es como si hubiese una mano invisible que empezó a mover todos los hilos y trasladarlo a todas las partes de América, de Norteamérica.
Now, listen, this is a concrete proof of dialectics in action.
Esta es la prueba en la práctica de la dialéctica. La
It-
acción.
And it is the final answer to all those wretched skeptics, pessimists, and cowards and renegades. There are too many of them who argue that the working class would never move, and least of all, of course, in the United States.
Y es la respuesta final a todos esos escépticos y cobardes que argumentan que la clase obrera nunca va a movilizarse y mucho menos en los Estados Unidos.
We have the spectacle of the most powerful man in the world, Donald Trump,
Tenemos el espectáculo de que el hombre más poderoso del mundo,
cowering in the cellars of the White House out of fear of the demonstrators. He thought they would break into his hidey hole.
muerto de miedo, tuvo que esconderse en los sótanos de la Casa Blanca, pensando que también iban a invadirle.
Now he thinks he can control the movement by sending in the troops,
Y ahora piensa que va a poder controlar el movimiento enviando las tropas,
despite the fact that all his advisors, including the Pentagon, have warned against this.
a pesar de que todos sus consejeros, incluidos el Pentágono, están aconsejándole a que haga lo contrario.
See, just look at what's happening right now on the streets of Portland.
Simplemente mirad lo que está ocurriendo en estos momentos en las calles de Portland.
Violent demonstrations, violent clashes with the police.
Choques violentos con la policía
It's almost like civil war on the streets.
y es casi como una guerra civil en las calles.
You know, sometimes I think that we should send a telegram of congratulations to Donald Trump.
Algunas veces se me pasa por la cabeza que deberíamos de enviar un telegrama a Donald Trump
And thank him very sincerely for doing our work for us so effectively.
y agradecerle muy sinceramente que nos está ayudando en nuestro trabajo.
To put your minds at rest, that's just a joke, by the way.
Para que quedéis tranquilos, esto solamente es una broma.
But it remains a fact that Donald Trump now, whether he likes it or not, is unconsciously serving as an agent promoting revolution very effectively in the United States.
Pero lo que sí, el hecho no cambia de que, aunque inconscientemente, Donald Trump nos está ayudando a avanzar en la causa de la revolución.
Now, we should not exaggerate, should never exaggerate, comrades.
No deberíamos exagerar.
We must adopt always keep a cool head.
Siempre tenemos que tener la cabeza fría.
If you ask me, is there a revolution in the United States today? I answer, no, of course, there's not a revolution.
Y si me preguntáis, ¿hay una revolución en los Estados Unidos? Por supuesto, la respuesta es no.
But if you ask me if something fundamental is changing in the USA, I answer emphatically yes.
Pero
Oh,
si me
yes.
preguntáis si hay algo que está cambiando en los Estados Unidos, mi respuesta será un sí muy enfático.
This is a turning point.
Esto es un punto de inflexión.
Turning point in the history of the USA, turning point in world history.
Esto es un punto de inflexión en los Estados Unidos y en la historia internacional.
Because the USA, my friends, is not just any country, is it?
Porque, amigos míos, en los Estados Unidos no es cualquier país.
It's a key country in the world.
Es un país clave en el mundo.
And what do these events in the USA, what do they show?
¿Y qué muestran esos acontecimientos en los Estados Unidos?
I'll tell you what.
Os lo digo ahora.
It shows the enormous power of the working class once it starts to move.
Muestra el enorme poder de la clase trabajadora una vez que empieza a moverse.
Power of the masses, if you like.
El poder de las masas.
Because it's not just the workers, many sections are involved.
Porque no solo son los trabajadores, los obreros los que están moviéndose. Sino
By the way,
sectores
not
enteros.
just blacks, but whites as well.
Y por cierto, no solo negros, sino también muchos blancos.
And what this shows us, is that there is a power in society
Lo que esto demuestra es que hay un poder en la sociedad
which is more powerful than the strongest state, army, or police force.
que es más fuerte que cualquier estado, cualquier ejército o cualquier policía.
And by the way, there are serious splits in the ruling class as a result of this, serious splits, even with the army, the splits.
Por cierto, hay unas grandes escisiones en el aparato del Estado, incluido la policía y el ejército.
And Lenin explained that splits in the ruling class is the first condition for a revolution, actually.
Y Lenin explica que la escisión a nivel de la clase dominante son los primeros síntomas para una revolución, condiciones para una revolución.
That is quite true, but there is a problem here.
Esto es muy verdad, pero aquí hay un problema.
Not just in the USA, but it's a general problem.
Y no solo en los Estados Unidos, sino a nivel general.
And it's a central theme which occupies the minds of every comrade that attends this school today.
Y es el tema central que está en la cabeza de todas las personas que están asistiendo a esta escuela.
On the one hand, you see the tremendous power of the spontaneous movement of the masses. That's perfectly true.
Por un lado vemos el poder del movimiento espontáneo que existe.
And that's the prior condition for all revolutions, actually, the
Esa
movement of
es
the masses.
la condición previa para todos los movimientos, la movilización de las masas.
Yes, but
Sí, pero
in and of itself, the spontaneous movement of the masses is not sufficient to guarantee the success of a revolution. Never sufficient.
en sí mismo, este movimiento espontáneo de las masas nunca es suficiente para garantizar el éxito.
What is required is an organization
Lo que se necesita es una organización
and a leadership that is capable of showing the way forward.
y una dirección que es capaz de mostrar el camino adelante.
And unfortunately, that is precisely what is lacking
Y eso es precisamente lo que
in the USA, in Israel, in Britain, in France, wherever you look. It's the same story.
en los Estados Unidos, sino en
In
Israel,
India and so on, of
en
course.
Francia, en India, en cualquier parte del
Nevertheless, the crisis is a deep global crisis. It affects every country in the world.
No obstante, la crisis es muy profunda y es global en todo el sentido de la palabra.
Let's take China as an example.
Tomemos a China como el próximo ejemplo.
Until recently, China was one of the main motor forces driving the world economy in the last period.
30 minutes gone.
En el último periodo, China era la fuerza, el motor principal que impulsaba la economía mundial,
But dialectically, things turn into their opposite.
pero dialécticamente todo se vuelve en su opuesto.
China is no longer seen as part of the solution, it's a big part of the problem.
China ya no se la ve como parte de la solución, sino más bien como parte del problema.
China has built up a formidable industry with a large productive capacity.
China ha construido una base industrial formidable y con una capacidad productiva gigantesca.
Yes, but the internal demand in China is not sufficient to absorb this colossal productive capacity.
Sí, pero la demanda interna de China no es suficiente para absorber este potencial productivo tan colosal.
China must export to survive.
Para sobrevivir, China se ve obligada a exportar.
But its success in the field of exports, for example, companies like Huawei, have provoked a furious response, particularly from the USA.
Pero el éxito en terrenos de exportación, como por ejemplo el caso de Huawei,
Where,
ha provocado una respuesta furiosa de sus competidores y particularmente de los Estados Unidos.
where Trump is pursuing his policy of America first.
Y como sabemos, Trump está siguiendo una política de América en primer lugar.
His slogan is, "Let's make America great again."
Su eslogan es, su consigna es, volvamos a hacer América otra vez fuerte, grande.
He forgot to add the second part of the sentence.
Pero se olvidó añadir la segunda parte de la consigna,
At the expense of the rest of the world.
a costa del resto del mundo.
Now, he's imposed severe tariffs against China, against Huawei.
Él ha impuesto unas tarifas severas contra China, contra Huawei,
Yes, but he's also at war in that sense with Europe.
pero en ese sentido también se encuentra en guerra con Europa.
And economic nationalism now, that's the name of the game. That's the predominant tendency now.
Y ahora la cuestión está en que lo que domina es el nacionalismo económico.
The trade war between the USA and China is a symptom of this phenomenon.
La guerra comercial entre China y Estados Unidos es un síntoma de esta situación.
And this protectionism
Y
threatens the whole delicate, fragile fabric of world trade that was painfully put together in the decades following the Second World War.
y este proteccionismo está en una situación de que o sea, consiste en un tejido muy frágil que ha sido puesto todo, arreglado todo junto con esfuerzos de décadas y ahora mismo pues está todo en la encrucijada.
This threatens the capitalist system with a complete catastrophe.
Esto amenaza al sistema capitalista con una total catástrofe.
A deep slump, far more serious than the depression of the 1930s. That's the real perspective.
Una depresión mucho más profunda que la del año 1929.
The consequences of this, of course, is very serious for all countries, even the so-called richer countries.
Las consecuencias de esto son muy peligrosas, incluidos para los países más importantes.
But for the poor countries of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, it spells an absolute nightmare.
Pero para los países de África, Asia, América Latina, esto se traduce en una pesadilla.
Lenin once said that capitalism is horror without end.
Lenin dijo en alguna ocasión que el capitalismo es horror sin fin.
The truth of that statement was recently demonstrated by a statement issued by the World Health Organization.
Y el auténtico significado de esa expresión se ve en una declaración reciente que hizo la Organización Mundial de la Salud,
which warned that over 265 million people were threatened with death by starvation by the end of this year.
en la que advierte que más de 265 millones en todo el mundo se enfrenta a la inanición, a la hambruna antes del final de este año.
And that is undoubtedly true.
Y eso sin duda es verdad.
That's the reality of our world in 2020.
Esa es la realidad de nuestro mundo en el 2020.
The pandemic, of course, has the most terrible effects in these countries.
Por supuesto, la pandemia está teniendo los efectos más terribles en estos países.
Latin America is now one of the focal points.
Ahora Latinoamérica se encuentra como uno de los puntos focales
It's rapidly spreading in Africa.
de la epidemia y se está extendiendo rápidamente a África
And in India also, where there's a terrible situation.
y en India también, donde existe una situación terrible.
In India, out of a workforce of 471 million, only 19% are covered with Social Security.
En India, de una población o de una fuerza laboral de 471 millones, solo 19% están cubiertos por algún tipo de seguridad social.
2/3 have no formal employment.
2/3 no tienen un tipo de contrato formal de empleo
And at least 100 million are migrant workers.
y al menos 100 millones son trabajadores inmigrantes.
And this ferocious reactionary Modi
Y este feroz reaccionario Modi
tries to solve the pandemic by expelling millions of poor people living on the streets of Delhi, Mumbai, and other cities.
trata de resolver la pandemia echando a millones de pobres, de gente pobre que vive en las calles de Delhi, de Mumbai y de otras ciudades,
Sending them home to their native villages and therefore spreading the pandemic to places which are least able to resist it.
y les envían a lugares, a pueblos donde tienen todavía menos posibilidades desde el punto de vista, o sea, menos medios para resolver el problema.
Nobody knows how many people have died in India, but the real figure will be absolutely horrendous.
Nadie sabe cuánta gente ha muerto en India, pero las cifras de seguro tienen que ser horrorosas.
There's been nothing like this since the partition of 1947.
No ha habido nada como esto desde la partición de 1947.
And in general, you see the stinking hypocrisy of the bourgeois so-called experts.
Y los supuestos burgueses
They have
expertos
a very simple solution, of course.
clínicos que tienen una solución muy simple:
Maintain social distancing,
mantener la distancia social,
wash your hands regularly.
distanciamiento social, lávate las manos regularmente.
Wash your hands regularly in countries where sometimes 250 people share a single water tap.
Lavarte las manos en un lugar donde 250 personas comparten el mismo grifo.
And how do you maintain social distancing in the slums of Rio de Janeiro or Mumbai or Karachi or any of those places, townships in South Africa and so on?
¿Cómo,
It's impossible.
y cómo mantienes el distanciamiento social en lugares como Mumbai, en Karachi, en Río de Janeiro, en los ríos de Sudáfrica?
And therefore, the entire situation is absolutely impossible. It's impossible for the masses to live.
La situación es imposible. Las masas les resulta imposible vivir así.
Let us put it very simply.
Pongámoslo de manera simple.
In order for the people to live, the capitalist system must die.
Para que la gente pueda vivir, el sistema capitalista tiene que morir.
And the masses are prepared to fight. They've shown this in one country after another. They are showing it in one country after another.
Y las masas están dispuestas a luchar. Lo han demostrado en un país tras otro.
But the problem is one of leadership, comrades. The problem is, it's a very simple question.
Pero el problema es un problema de dirección, compañeros.
Sometimes people say, the clever people say to me, oh, you're very simplistic. There's a simplistic solution. You can't reduce everything to leadership.
Hay gente que me dice algunas veces que somos simplistas, que no puedes reducir todo a la cuestión de la dirección.
Well, I am a very simple man.
Bueno, yo soy un hombre simple.
I
40
like
minutes
simple
gone.
ideas
Me gustan ideas simples
and simple solutions.
y soluciones simples.
And I believe it's correct what Trotsky said in 1938,
Y yo creo verdaderamente lo que decía Trotsky en el año 1930,
where he wrote that you could reduce the crisis of humanity
que es cuando escribió que cuando dijo que la crisis de la humanidad
can be reduced in the last analysis to a crisis of the leadership of the proletariat.
se puede reducir en última instancia a la crisis de la dirección de la revolución proletaria.
That's the fact.
Ese es el hecho.
And you see the complete bankruptcy now of all tendencies of reformism, including the former Stalinists, who were the worst kind of
Y así vemos,
reformists and traitors.
y así vemos la bancarrota de todas las direcciones, tanto de reformistas de derechas como de izquierdas, al igual que en particular el estalinismo.
These ladies and gentlemen for generations have controlled the masses in India in particular, I'm thinking, but in other countries also, in Italy, France, they were in control. In Britain also, the Labour Party, so it still is in control. Okay.
Estas damas y caballeros han tenido bajo control absoluto estas organizaciones en países como en India, en Francia, en Inglaterra, el Partido Laborista.
But I've got news for the reformists.
Pero yo tengo noticias que dar a los reformistas.
The crisis of capitalism is also inevitably your crisis, the crisis of reformism.
La crisis del capitalismo es inevitablemente también vuestra crisis.
Everywhere you see the same tendency.
Y donde mires vemos esta tendencia.
The masses are desperately seeking a way out of this crisis, of course.
Las masas están buscando una salida a esta crisis, por supuesto.
And therefore, in this search for a way out, they will turn to all kinds of options.
Y en esta búsqueda de una salida, pues recurrirán a todo tipo de opciones.
One of the features of this situation, you can see this quite clearly.
Uno de los rasgos de esta situación se puede ver claramente.
And we must be prepared for this. We must understand what it means.
Y tenemos que prepararnos para ello y tenemos que understand lo que significa.
Is violent swings on the electoral plane to the left and to the right. Oh, yes.
Son
Oh, yes.
unos giros violentos hacia la izquierda y también hacia la derecha.
That's an expression of people's attempts to find a way out of the crisis.
Eso es una expresión de los intentos de la gente de buscar una salida
You can't blame them for that.
y no se les puede culpar por ello.
But all political tendencies and leaders are going to be put to the test.
Pero todas las organizaciones políticas y los líderes van a ser puestos a la prueba.
And that especially applies to the reformists, both the left and the right varieties.
Es aplicable principalmente a los reformistas, tanto de derechas como de izquierdas.
The left reformists in particular have shown complete bankruptcy.
El reformismo de izquierda en particular ha mostrado una bancarrota especial.
Sometimes under pressure of the masses, they can adopt a very left-sounding demagogy rhetoric.
En algunas ocasiones, bajo las presiones de las masas, pueden adquirir un idioma, un lenguaje demagogo.
We must not be deceived by this.
Y no podemos dejarnos engañar.
Although we'll give them critical support against the right wing. That goes without saying. But we must keep a level head.
Y aunque sí, les daremos un apoyo crítico en frente a la derecha, pero tenemos que mantener la cabeza.
And what you must understand is that these guys, they have something in common. They've got a lot in common with the right reformists.
Pero esta gente tiene algo en común con los reformistas de derechas.
Both of them, neither of them, shall we say, have any perspective of abolishing capitalism.
Ninguno de ellos, ninguna de estas dos tendencias, tienen la perspectiva de la abolición del capitalismo.
They believe that capitalism can be reformed and made more humane, more, capitalism with a human face and so on.
Creen que el capitalismo puede ser reformado, puede humanizarse.
Yes. And these guys have got the cheek, the impudence to accuse us of being utopians.
Y esta gente, precisamente, son los que tienen la cara dura de acusarnos de ser utópicos.
My dear friends, the Marxists are the only realistic tendency in the world, the only tendency that looks facts in the face and tells the truth.
Amigos míos, precisamente son los marxistas los que tienen razón, los que miran a los hechos y hablan de la verdad a base de los hechos.
The reformists, particularly the lefts, actually have got they fool themselves and they try to fool others.
Los reformistas de izquierda en particular se engañan a sí mismos y tratan de engañar a los demás.
But these illusions will be cruelly exposed by the course of events.
Pero estas ilusiones serán cruelmente expuestas a la luz de los acontecimientos.
As we already saw in the case of Tsipras in Greece,
Como ya vimos en el caso de Tsipras en Grecia,
or I might add even the case of Jeremy Corbyn in Britain and Sanders in the USA.
o añadiría, como ha pasado también en el caso de Corbyn en Gran Bretaña o Sanders en los Estados
Now,
Unidos.
if you look at the world situation, just look at it through the eyes of an ordinary person who's not a Marxist,
Intentemos mirar el mundo a través de los ojos de una persona que no es marxista.
and what do you see?
¿Y qué ves?
Everywhere you see a picture of unmitigated horror,
Se ve un cuadro de un horror sin fin,
mass unemployment, hunger, starvation, disease, wars,
desempleo masivo,
suffering,
hambre, sufrimiento,
disease, and death.
enfermedades, muerte.
And people who lack a scientific Marxist understanding of history could be excused for drawing pessimistic conclusions, and most people do draw pessimistic conclusions.
Y tenemos que excusar a la gente que saca estas conclusiones pesimistas, porque desde luego con esa perspectiva no puede ser de otra manera.
But you see, what we are seeing here are symptoms.
Pero aquí lo que tenemos son síntomas.
They are merely the external manifestations of an underlying disease.
Son la mera manifestación de una enfermedad subyacente.
I was no good whatsoever weeping and wailing and complaining about the symptoms.
Y no tiene sentido llorar y gritar y quejarse de estos síntomas.
Imagine if you go to the doctor with particular symptoms, you don't expect a doctor to pull out a handkerchief and start weeping. I mean, wouldn't be much of a doctor, would he?
Imagínate que vas a un médico y con tu enfermedad y lo que hace es sacarse un pañuelo para secarse las lágrimas. Eso no te va a servir a ti para mucho.
And like a good doctor, we must be capable of analyzing the symptoms in order to explain the underlying cause.
Sino que como un doctor bueno, tenemos que ser capaces de analizar los síntomas para poder explicar la causa subyacente.
And here I believe, yes, you could look for historical parallels. I think so.
Y aquí yo creo que sí que se puede aplicar algunos paralelos históricos.
We've seen the same symptoms before.
Hemos visto los mismos síntomas anteriormente.
For example, in the decline of the Roman Empire,
Por ejemplo, cuando el declive del Imperio Romano.
which took place over a period of some centuries, 2 or 3 centuries,
Y este tuvo lugar en un periodo de unos 2 o 3 siglos.
and was accompanied by the most frightful economic, social, moral, and philosophical degeneration. Oh, yes.
Y este declive fue acompañado por la degeneración más espantosa a nivel económico, social, moral y filosófico.
Incidentally, that long period of decline did not proceed in a straight line. It never does, you know.
Y por
Never
cierto,
does.
ese largo periodo de declive no ocurrió en forma de línea recta, nunca es así.
There were periods of recovery,
Hubo periodos de recuperación,
just as a dying man sometimes will display the symptoms of recovery, which are merely the prelude to a further and irrevocable collapse.
de igual manera que un hombre muriendo, algunas veces parece que repentinamente expresa síntomas de recuperación, pero estos son meramente el preludio para un colapso posterior y de forma irrevocable,
Like slave society in the past,
como el sistema esclavista en el pasado,
like feudalism also,
como el feudalismo también.
the capitalist system now has reached a point of irreversible decline.
El sistema capitalista ha alcanzado un nivel de declive irrevocable.
It has outlived its historical role,
Ha sobrevivido más allá de su papel histórico
is no longer capable of anything resembling progress.
y no es capaz
50 minutes gone.
de representar nada que suponga progreso.
That's why, by the way, the postmodernists deny the existence of progress in general.
Por eso es que los llamados postmodernistas niegan cualquier tipo de progreso.
Yes, they're incapable of understanding that capitalism is incapable of progress. That's what they don't understand.
Lo que no comprenden es que es el capitalismo el que no es capaz de ofrecer progreso.
And therefore, they deny the existence of progress in general, which is a childish assumption to make.
Y por eso niegan la posibilidad de progreso en general. Y eso, desde luego, es una forma de razonar infantil.
And in the state of its senile decay,
Y en su estado de decadencia senil,
capitalism presents a serious threat,
el capitalismo representa una grave amenaza,
not just to civilization,
no solo para la civilización,
but even to the existence of the human race itself.
sino incluso para el conjunto de la raza humana.
It is poisoning the air we breathe,
Está envenenando el aire que respiramos,
the water we drink,
el agua que bebemos,
the seas and the oceans,
los mares, los océanos,
and therefore they are placing in jeopardy the future of life on Earth, as a matter of fact.
y por lo tanto están poniendo en peligro la propia vida del planeta.
Yes, it's a frightening picture. It's a frightening picture.
Y desde luego eso es un cuadro que asusta.
And one can understand the pessimism of the middle class people and so complain about this or that, the Greens and so on.
Y por eso podemos entender pues la reacción de gente como los verdes, los ecologistas.
But these people are all pessimistic, completely
En
pessimistic,
el fondo toda esta gente son pesimistas,
because they don't understand, they can't see beyond the symptoms.
porque ellos no pueden ver más allá de los síntomas.
They don't understand that beneath the symptoms, the frightful symptoms of terminal decay,
No entiende que detrás de los síntomas de decadencia terminal
a new world is struggling to be born.
hay una nueva sociedad que está luchando por nacer.
And it is our duty, the duty of revolutionaries,
Y es nuestro deber, el deber de los revolucionarios,
to do what?
¿hacer qué?
To make this death agony of capitalism as short as possible.
Hacer que esta agonía del capitalismo se vuelva tan corta como sea posible,
To bring about the birth of a new system, a new world.
para dar lugar al nacimiento de un nuevo sistema.
And therefore to assist the birth in such a way that it occurs as soon as possible and with as little pain and suffering as possible.
Y por lo tanto, tenemos que ayudar a este nacimiento de manera que ocurra lo antes posible y con el dolor y el sufrimiento menor posible.
You see, comrades, the facts speak for themselves, really. It doesn't need much explanation on my part.
Compañeros, los hechos hablan por sí mismos, no hacen falta muchas explicaciones.
The capitalist system, if you like, is on life support. It's in a ventilator.
Si queréis, el sistema capitalista se encuentra en un soporte vital, en un ventilador.
It depends on oxygen
Depende del oxígeno.
in the form of what?
¿En la forma de qué?
Of trillions of dollars handed over of public money of the state.
En billones de dólares entregados como ayudas financieras por parte del Estado.
Yes, but just a minute, please. Just a minute.
Pero un momento, por favor, un momento.
According to all the theories of the bourgeois economists, of market economics,
Según todas las leyes de las teorías de la economía de mercado,
the state is not supposed to play any role whatsoever in economic life.
el Estado se supone que no puede jugar ningún papel en la vida económica.
That was the slogan, wasn't it, of all these economists, Hayek and all the other gang.
Esa era la consigna de todos estos economistas burgueses,
Particularly after the fall of the Soviet Union,
particularmente después de la caída de la revolución de la Unión Soviética,
which allegedly showed the death of socialism, according to them,
que supuestamente, según ellos, suponía la muerte del socialismo.
the end of history, according to Francis Fukuyama.
Y según Francis Fukuyama, lo describió como el final de la historia.
Although I note that Mr. Fukuyama has changed his tune now. He says, no, it's not the end of history at all. And capitalism is now in crisis. Well.
¿eh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Fukuyama.
Pero veo que ahora ya Fukuyama ha cambiado de canción. Ahora ya no dice que es el final de la historia, sino que ahora sí que admite que existe la crisis económica.
See, the question is very concrete, isn't it? It's very concrete and very simple.
La situación es ahora esto es muy simple.
If the capitalist system cannot survive unless it's cropped up on the crutches of the state,
Si el capitalismo no puede sostenerse a no ser que sea ayudado por las muletas del Estado,
why not abolish it altogether and let the state take complete control of the economy to save it from falling into complete and absolute bankruptcy?
¿por qué no abolirlo el sistema todo de una vez y permitir que el Estado tome control total de la economía para salvarlo de una bancarrota total y absoluta?
And why do the working class not take control of the state if it comes to that and take over from the hands of these corrupt, useless bureaucrats which control it now?
¿Y por qué no puede la clase trabajadora tomar control de ese Estado que ahora se encuentra en manos de todos esos corruptos?
Now, part of this school, I think a big part of it, will be directed against this wretched nonsense of postmodernism.
Creo que una parte importante de esta escuela va a referirse a todas estas teorías tontas del postmodernismo,
Which maintain that you can't understand history, there are no laws to history, so no logic at all.
que explica que la historia no se rige por leyes, ni por lógica, ni por nada,
It's merely a series of accidents, that's
sino
all.
que se trata de una serie de accidentes, meros accidentes.
An idea, a mystical idea which we reject totally.
Una idea mística que nosotros rechazamos totalmente.
By the way, it doesn't even make logical sense.
Ni siquiera tiene un sentido lógico.
It seems that the whole universe is governed by laws,
Parece que todo el universo se gobierna con leyes,
from the biggest galaxies to the smallest subatomic particle.
desde las galaxias más grandes a las partículas subatómicas más pequeñas.
According to them, the only thing which is not governed by laws is ourselves.
Y según ellos, lo único en el que existe que no se gobierne por estas leyes somos nosotros.
A child of 6 could see that that's an absurd statement to make.
Un niño de 6 años puede ver que esto es un argumento insostenible.
No, history has its own laws, which is our duty to understand.
La historia tiene sus propias leyes y es nuestra obligación entenderlas.
Without such an understanding, we will never rise to the level demanded by history.
Y si no las entendemos, nosotros no llegaremos a la altura a la necesidad que hay de que comprendamos la historia.
History does have a causality. History does have its own laws, its own causality.
La historia tiene sus propias leyes.
And in that sense, yes, we are historical determinists. Oh, yes, we are historical determinists.
Y en ese sentido sí que somos deterministas históricos.
In the sense that we understand that the general processes of history function according to definite laws.
En el sentido de que ciertas situaciones sí que dependen de unas leyes históricas.
Sometimes there's some confusion over this.
Algunas veces se dan confusiones en este aspecto.
So let me explain.
Así que dejadme que lo explique.
Determinism is not at all the same thing as fatalism. It's totally different.
Determinismo no quiere decir nada en absoluto que fatalismo.
Marx explained many times that men and women make their own history.
Marx explica muchas veces que los hombres y las mujeres hacen su propia historia.
You see, but nevertheless, shall we say, when a given socioeconomic system enters a stage of decline,
Pero lo que sí es cierto, cuando un sistema entra en una situación de declive,
the objective conditions for social revolution are placed on the order of the day. That is clear.
las condiciones para una revolución socialista se colocan en el orden del día.
But whether that revolution will succeed or fail
Pero si esa revolución tiene éxito o fracasa,
is not an automatic question.
no es una cuestión automática.
It depends on the active involvement of the subjective factor.
Depende de la involucración del factor subjetivo.
In other words, the Revolutionary Party and its leadership.
En otras palabras, del Partido Revolucionario y su dirección.
Now, some of you might know that I've been working on the English Revolution. I'm producing a book. I've done a series of podcasts about it.
Creo que
60 minutes gone.
nosotros vosotros sabéis que yo estoy trabajando, haciendo un trabajo sobre la Revolución Inglesa. He escrito artículos y también podcasts.
It's a very interesting question.
Es un tema muy interesante.
And in the 17th century, that revolution, the first bourgeois revolution, if you exclude Holland,
Y en el siglo XVII, esta primera revolución en Inglaterra, si excluimos la holandesa,
was fought out under the banner of religion,
se luchó bajo la bandera de la religión,
although fundamentally it was a class question, as I've explained.
aunque en el fondo era también una cuestión de clase, como explicaré.
The Puritans believed that the end of the world was approaching
Los puritanos creían que el final del mundo se estaba acercando
and that the kingdom of God was at hand,
y que el reino de Dios estaba por llegar.
something they considered was inevitable.
Y esto era algo que consideraban inevitable.
The Calvinists actually believed in predestination,
Y los calvinistas creían en la predestinación,
that everything was ordained by the will of God,
que todo estaba preordenado por la voluntad de Dios
which could not be changed.
y que no podía cambiarse.
Yes, but this conviction, it was a firm conviction,
Sí, pero esta convicción, y era una convicción muy fuerte,
did not in any sense reduce their revolutionary fervor and their determination to bring about this new world as quickly as possible.
no redujo su fervor revolucionario ni su determinación de realizar, ¿no?, un nuevo mundo tan pronto como fuera
On the
posible.
contrary, it spurred them on to great feats of revolutionary bravery and audacity.
Al contrario, esto les estimuló para unas hazañas mayores, unas proezas y actos de valentía y audacia.
And it's the same for us today.
Y eso es igual para nosotros hoy en día.
And we must approach the task of the socialist revolution with exactly the same spirit of revolutionary determination.
Y nosotros tenemos que enfocar exactamente con el mismo espíritu esa determinación revolucionaria.
The reason that I say these words
La razón por la que digo yo estas
is that
palabras
some people say, "Oh well, if you say that is socialism inevitable?" I say, yes, it's historically inevitable.
Entonces lo digo porque hay gente que te dice, bueno, ¿es acaso el socialismo inevitable? Y la respuesta que doy es sí, es inevitable.
Well, in that case, why didn't we just sit down and wait for it to happen?
Y entonces parece que la lógica es, bueno, entonces, ¿por qué no nos sentamos y esperamos a que llegue?
Well, of course, it doesn't work like that.
Pero, por supuesto, no funciona así.
The capitalist system is dying on its feet.
El capitalismo está en sus últimos momentos.
It reminds me of these monsters you remember in the old horror films, the B movies, the horror films.
Recuerdan a estos monstruos de las películas de miedo, zombies.
It's dead, yes, it's dead, but it refuses to die.
Sí, están prácticamente muertos, pero rehúsa morir del todo.
It clings desperately to life.
Se agarra desesperadamente a la vida.
And by prolonging its life and in these circumstances,
Y prolongando la vida en estas circunstancias,
it is dooming millions of people to a horrible fate.
está condenando a millones de personas a un destino terrible.
Comments, the capitalist system is not going to collapse under its own, the weight of its own contradictions. That's not going to happen.
Compañeros, el sistema capitalista no va a caer como resultado de su propio peso.
Lenin explained that there's no such thing as a final crisis of capitalism.
Lenin explicó que no existe nada que sea una crisis final del capitalismo.
The capitalist system can emerge even from the deepest crisis. Oh, yes.
El sistema capitalista podrá emerger de las crisis más profundas.
Can it get out of the present crisis? Well, it could.
¿Podría
It
salir
could.
de la crisis actual?
If it is not overthrown, it can.
Pues sí, podría. Si
Oh,
no
yes.
es derrotado,
But that's
por
not the
supuesto.
point. That's not the point.
Pero esa no es la cuestión.
If it emerges from this crisis,
Si vuelve a emerger de esta crisis,
what will the result be?
¿cuál será el resultado?
I've already said what the result will be.
Ya he dicho cuál va a ser el resultado.
Decades of suffering, of austerity, of oppression, and so on and so forth.
Décadas de sufrimiento, de austeridad.
The Economist some years ago put it rather well, I thought.
El economista
It said, well, people want to return to normality.
lo decía en la revista, creo que The Economist dijo en algún momento, la gente quiere volver a la normalidad.
This was after the crisis of 2008.
Esto era después de la crisis
Yeah.
de 2008.
People want desperately to return to normality. That's the case now, isn't it? People want to return to normality.
Y decía, la gente quiere desesperadamente volver a la normalidad.
That's actually the main base of support for reformism.
Y ese, de hecho, es la principal base que tiene de apoyo el reformismo.
That's why most people are not yet revolutionaries, because they're still hoping desperately for a return to what? A return to normality.
Por eso la mayoría de la gente no es revolucionaria. Y es porque a toda costa quieren simplemente volver a la normalidad.
You have to understand the psychology of the masses.
Y hay que entender la mentalidad de las masas.
But the economists give a very good reply to that.
Pero a eso el Economist, la revista Economist,
He
dio
said-
una buena respuesta.
He said, yes, sooner or later we will return to normality. Yes.
Sí, más tarde o más temprano volveremos a la normalidad, sí.
But it will be a new normality, it said, a new normality.
Pero añadió, esta será una nueva normalidad,
A perspective, a terrible perspective
una perspectiva terrible,
of degeneration, decay, decline,
de una perspectiva de degeneración, de declive, de
death
caída,
by starvation of millions of people,
de muerte de hambre de millones de seres,
cuts, destruction of the gains made by the working class.
la destrucción de todos los logros que ha obtenido la clase obrera.
And even then, sooner or later, that will just provoke an even deeper slump, an even deeper depression.
Y todo eso simplemente
That's all.
provocará una nueva depresión, recesión profunda.
So what conclusion can we draw?
Así que, ¿qué conclusión podemos sacar?
The line of history now is entering into, it's a declining line.
La línea de la historia, la línea en que está entrando la historia es una línea de declive.
There can be this or that temporary recovery. That is, we must be prepared for that also.
Puede haber una u otra recuperación, eso es inevitable.
But a serious recovery, a serious economic upswing as the past is entirely ruled out. It's absolutely ruled out.
Pero un auge económico en las líneas del pasado, eso está descartado totalmente.
And therefore, we must draw the conclusions.
Y por lo tanto tenemos que sacar las conclusiones.
If you say A, you must say B, C, and D.
Si decimos A, hay que decir B, C, D.
The task of this school is to explain the basic ideas of Marxism to the new generation in particular.
La tarea de esta escuela es explicar las ideas revolucionarias particularmente a la nueva generación.
I note with enormous pleasure and pride the fact that over 6,000 people have signed on for this school, which is a marvelous achievement, from over 100 countries. And I wish you all welcome, comrades. You're all our comrades and friends. You are the future.
Veo con gran placer y orgullo que a esta escuela están asistiendo más de 6.000 personas que corresponden a más de 100 países. Pues a todos vosotros, compañeros, os digo bienvenidos.
And we must use this school
Y tenemos que utilizar esta escuela,
for what?
¿para qué?
To sharpen our weapons,
Para afilar nuestras armas.
the weapons which will ultimately destroy the capitalist system.
Las armas que en última instancia destruirán el sistema capitalista.
What are these weapons at this moment in time?
¿Y cuáles son estas armas en estos momentos?
At this precise moment, we're not talking about machine guns or hand grenades. We're not
En
talking about that kind of weapon.
En esta situación actual no estamos hablando de granadas, de ametralladoras.
No, there's a more powerful weapon than that.
Estoy hablando de un arma mucho más poderosa que todas esas.
The weapon of ideas.
El arma de las ideas.
And Marx said that ideas become a material force
Marx dijo que las ideas se convierten en una fuerza material
when they grip the minds of the masses.
cuando entran en las mentes de las masas.
Comrades, we must utilize this school. Every minute of it must be used to the full
Cada minuto de esta escuela tenemos que utilizarlo a pleno
to study in depth the marvelous ideas of the theoretical arsenal of Marxism
para estudiar el magnífico arsenal de ideas que representa el marxismo,
in order to arm the new generation of fighters
para armar ideológicamente a la nueva generación de luchadores.
with the necessary weapons which are needed to guarantee the victory of the working class.
Son las armas necesarias para poder representar a la clase obrera.
That is the only way to put an end to this nightmare of capitalism
Esta va a ser la única manera de poner un fin a este sistema capitalista
and prepare the birth of the new world
y preparar el nacimiento de un nuevo mundo
which will open up a new page, a glorious page in human civilization,
que abrirá una nueva página en la civilización humana,
utilizing all the marvelous machinery and technology that exists under capitalism
utilizando toda la maquinaria y tecnología que existe ya bajo el sistema
in a
capitalista,
genuinely rational, democratic, and scientific system of economy.
pero hecho bajo un sistema económico racional, democrático, científico,
Which will abolish the evils of unemployment,
que abolirá la maldad del desempleo,
homelessness,
de la falta de viviendas,
exploitation and oppression of women,
la explotación y opresión de las mujeres,
and open up a new and glorious phase in the history of mankind.
y abrirá una nueva fase gloriosa de la humanidad.
Comrades and friends, that is our task.
Compañeros y amigos, esa es nuestra tarea.
That is the only thing that's worth fighting for and sacrificing for
Esa es lo único que merece la pena por lo que sacrificarse
in the 21st century.
en el siglo XX.
Comrades, forward to victory.
Adelante con la victoria.
Long live the working class.
Viva la clase obrera.
Workers of the world unite.
Obreros del mundo unidos.
Forward to communism.
Adelante al comunismo.
Thank you very, very much, Alan, for that excellent introduction. Thank you for all of those who've been watching and commenting and spreading and posting their pictures on social media. It's very encouraging to see. Do we have the translation? It's amazing to see comrades gathered all over the world. Some of them in larger groups, some of them alone. I'm sure you all agree that this was an excellent lead-off. I will encourage all of you to keep posting, and those of you who have not, to post pictures of yourselves watching over social media so we can see each other and it can bring us closer together. Now we will go forward on to the discussion part of the school, of this session. I will bring in a number of comrades from all over the world. Commenting on Alan's lead-off and building on it. The first speaker will be Josh Holroyd from Britain. Followed by Adam Pal from Pakistan. If you'll just give me a moment. Josh, go ahead.
Thank you, Hamid. First of all, I'd like to thank Alan for his excellent introduction to this session. And I'd like to congratulate the comrades on this inspiring event. Greetings from Britain. Now, I'd like to talk briefly about the effects of the crisis in Europe. Europe has entered its deepest crisis since the Second World War. Since the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic in February, over 130,000 people have died from the disease, excluding the UK. As in the rest of the world, the lockdown measures used to fight the pandemic have triggered the deepest recession probably in the history of Europe. The basis of which was laid in the years following the 2009 euro crisis. The European Commission expects a contraction across the EU of over 8% in 2020. And it expects the EU economy to be smaller in 2021, by the end of 2021, than in 2019. To put that in context, the 2009 recession, which almost broke up the euro, that saw a decline in GDP across the EU of only 4% only. So this crisis is expected to be at least twice as bad in the best case scenario. I say best case because this prediction makes two assumptions. One, that a second wave of the pandemic will not cause any significant further disruption. Which is extremely unlikely. And two, that trade with the UK will remain unchanged, which is next to impossible. So it goes without saying that this is the deepest crisis the European Union has ever faced. In fact, it is an existential crisis. The European project began in a period of upswing for European capitalism and world trade. It was and is essentially an attempt by the capitalists of Europe to overcome the limitations of the bourgeois nation state. Which had become an absolute fetter for European capitalism. The unification of separate national ruling classes with different and competing interests is impossible. During a boom, the contradictions and conflicts of interest could be softened by sharing out the loot, essentially. But now the situation is moving rapidly in the opposite direction, and European integration is going into reverse.
Five minutes gone.
The crisis has affected all of Europe, but not equally. Of the 130,000 killed, almost 100,000 have died in Italy, France, and Spain. Further, Spain and Italy are expected to lose 11% of GDP in 2020. And France is expected to lose 10.5% of GDP, much more than other countries. This means that mass unemployment and social unrest are inevitable, even with billions of euros in stimulus measures from the state. But these countries are also among the least able to carry out stimulus measures to combat the crisis. All three already have more public debt than the total size of their economies. And with a rapidly shrinking economy and falling tax receipts, some of these states will see their debts spiral out of control. We are already seeing this with Italy. Italy's debt to GDP ratio is expected to rise to over 180% this year. That's the same level as Greece, roughly. This debt simply cannot be repaid, will not be repaid. It is the third biggest economy in the Eurozone. It is too big to fail, but too big to save. Now, Ted Grant once explained that you cannot bind together economies that are moving in different directions, and the crisis has exposed deep divisions in Europe. For more than 4 months, the European leaders have been completely paralyzed as a split emerged between southern debtor states, including France, which significantly has effectively sunk into the status of a southern economy now. And on the other side, the richer northern states led by Germany. So after months of deadlock and faced with the possibility that Italy might actually fall out of the euro, Germany now shifted its position, and the heads of the EU member states have finally announced a compromise deal this week. This deal will take the form of a special rescue fund, a recovery fund of 750 billion euros in non-repayable grants and also loans. This has been hailed as an historic turning point. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez,
10 minutes gone.
described it as one of the most brilliant pages in the history of the EU. Now, considering the entire history of the EU is nothing but the decline of European imperialism, that's not much of an achievement. But more importantly, without a big upswing in world trade and European capitalism, which is ruled out, the measures intended to combat the crisis today will turn into their opposite tomorrow. Italy and Spain in particular will receive billions of euros in grants. But to satisfy the right-wing northern governments of places like the Netherlands, as part of the deal, Italy and Spain will have to commit to a programme of cuts to pensions and a tax on workers' rights before they receive a single euro. This means that first, the so-called aid from the European Union is in fact only aid for the bosses and will actually mean a worsening of the situation for workers. And second, while it may avoid the immediate breakup of the EU now, it is paving the way for an even bigger clash in the near future. Either these governments will do as they're told and carry out cuts, which will provoke a huge revolt, imagine the strikes we've seen in France over the last couple of years, but on an even bigger scale across several countries. Or alternatively, under pressure from the masses and their own right-wing nationalists, those governments will not carry out the cuts.
14 minutes gone.
In which case we will see major confrontations on an even bigger scale than the revolutionary events in Greece in 2015. The only other alternative is that northern countries, Germany in effect, pay more to maintain the status quo. But as we've seen with the rise of Alternative for Deutschland, this cannot go on much longer. This raises the urgent need for an independent, internationalist, working class alternative to the crisis and to the EU. To try to maintain the EU is to renounce the fight to end the crisis being faced by European workers today.
Please sum up.
Any concession to the chauvinist projects of each national ruling class will lead nowhere. while sowing further reactionary divisions between the workers. Only a socialist United States of Europe can end the crisis faced by European workers and unite them on the basis of genuine solidarity and workers' democracy. This can only be achieved by the expropriation of the European capitalists by the workers of Europe united across national lines. Our aim must be nothing short of the European socialist revolution. And it is our urgent task to build an international Marxist organization capable of leading the workers to victory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. For the next speaker, we have Adam Pal from Pakistan, followed by a break. Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you, Hamid, for giving me opportunity, and congratulations to all the comrades who are participating in this marvelous historic event of Marxist University. In recent history, this is one of the biggest Trotskyite, or the biggest Trotskyite Marxist event being organized across the world, in which 115 countries are being represented. But definitely for Pakistan and for this whole region of subcontinent, this is one of a huge opportunity in which comrades from all over the country, and then from India, from Bangladesh, Nepal, and from many other, Sri Lanka, are participating in this event and are contributing to these very important discussions, which are very important for the future of this whole region and the world. The ideological battles are key in this situation, and these are very important for the poverty-ridden and the region of the subcontinent and South Asia. In Pakistan, we can really understand what Lenin said, that capitalism is horror without end. Even no author has in the past imagined such horrible crimes, such horrible social conditions in which millions of people in Pakistan, India, Bangladesh are being forced to live under capitalism. Even before this COVID-19, the crisis in Pakistan was exponentially expanding every passing day. Hundreds of thousands of workers are getting unemployed every day before this COVID crisis, and the health and education crisis was killing and sending people to ignorance on a massive scale. Under the dictates of IMF and World Bank and imperialist powers like America, this whole economy was being ravaged and pillaged by the ruling classes, and the ruling class of Pakistan was compromising with those imperialist power and attacking the working class. Even before the COVID, there was huge attacks of privatization, of attacks on the living standards, wage cuts, and around 70% devaluation in the currency. But after this COVID-19 crisis, everything has been expanded, and the crisis is now moving towards a catastrophe of this capitalist system in Pakistan and in this whole region. And the attacks of the ruling class, the bloodthirsty capitalism have increased and is feeding now on the bones of the working class, is eating their flesh and drinking the blood of the, is like a vampire haunting the lives of millions of people living in this country. Health system has almost collapsed, and people are dying without any health facilities, healthcare, and there is no one to take care of them. All the government figures about the deaths by COVID or the infections or every other figure is a big fabrication, is a big lie, is an insult to the whole situation and to the working class particularly.
5 minutes gone, Adam.
The ruling class of this country has actually an insult to the humanity. The ruling class of this country is actually an insult to the humanity. They are the worst creatures ever produced in the human history of the human civilization. They are bloodthirsty wolves. These people belonging to the ruling class and their imperialist powers, they look like human beings with their eyes, with their face, with their bodies, but in fact, they are worse than the wolves. They are worse than the beasts in the jungles. After the COVID crisis, rather than providing facilities to the working class and the masses, actually they started more attacks on the working class and killing and sending more and more people to the deaths, to the graveyards. The Prime Minister of this country says that the best place to rest is the grave, and people can only do the rest, take a peaceful place there. And he is attacking with more and more policies, anti-working class policies. After the COVID crisis, the black market of all the essential items have reached unprecedented levels, whether they are medicines, whether they are bread, whether they are basic necessary items to survive. The medicines required for the treatment of COVID are being, the prices are being raised exponentially. And people are dying because of lack of medicine, because of lack of hospitals, not in hundreds, in thousands, but in tens of thousands. And what the government is doing, it is allowing the all that black market by these policies. It is privatizing hospitals even during this pandemic. It is attacking the health workers with wage cuts, with sackings, with layoffs, with show cause notices and institutional actions against the health workers. Already health workers are dying because of COVID and other things, but government is hell bent on privatizing even that which were very few people. In a situation where other governments in the world are providing in some cases money to the households, to the low income people, providing special packages. The government in Pakistan has announced a policy of ending pensions for the elderly, which will affect hundreds and thousands of poor old people across the country.
10 minutes gone, Adam.
All these policies are being dictated by IMF and World Bank and imperialist powers of the Western countries, especially the United States of America. In the annual budget announced last month, the health budget was cut. There was a huge cut in education budget, but there was a huge increase in the defense budget on arms, buying of arms and other luxury facilities for the top brass of this country.
Adam, the translators are asking you to shorten the sentences.
There is an orgy of loot and plunder going on in this country, and there is a massacre, economic massacre of millions of people going on here. There have been reports of people going without food for 10 days, for 2 weeks, or even more. And many people dying because of hunger, because of lack of basic necessary items to survive. Many people are doing suicides, and there are very few reports coming. But there are more incidents which are not being reported here. this whole society has been sent into an abyss of of a social crisis. There are rapes of women and very innocent small children, mostly by Islamic fundamentalists, and then there is huge attacks on oppressed
Adam, please pause
nationalities,
for
on religious
translation.
minorities, on most vulnerable people in the society. And this is a never-ending hell going on in this country. This is unleashed by this ruling class and by this capitalist system
Adam, please
controlled by
pause for
Marxism
translation.
imperialism.
Adam, please pause for translation.
After the COVID crisis, the unemployment has reached unprecedented levels. Around more than 70% of the workforce is unemployed, and there are huge wage cuts in already heavily underpaid workers. And in many industrial areas, there is COVID cases, but still the owners of those industrial units are hell bent on keeping the workers on the jobs.
Mm-hmm. 15 minutes gone.
And many workers have been laid off and have been sent home without any wages, without any arrears. And there is a serious political crisis in Pakistan. There is no political party which represents any section of the the masses now. All political parties which were representing some sections in the past have lost all their support in their respective constituencies. And they are part of one faction or other faction or the sport, one imperialist power or another, or one faction of the state or the other. All the state institutions are in a serious crisis and are collapsing, whether they are judiciary, where they are district administration, where there's a parliament has become a puppet, and all these there's a serious crisis of the state. Hello. And in this situation, the state repression has reached unprecedented levels. As Trotsky said, the more a state becomes hollow, the more barbaric it becomes. The media, electronic and print media, have been strangled. There is a big censorship on all kinds of publications and newspapers and everything, and journalists are being abducted in broad daylight by state authorities.
Please sum up soon.
There's a big censorship on social media as well. Facebook post against the government can land you in prison. If anybody try to organize protests against unemployment, against price hike, they have been threatened of abductions, of torture, and false cases against them. And political workers are being abducted without any charges, without any warrant. Anybody's house could be raided by security agencies and picked up and thrown in prison without any trial, without any even farce of any court or justice.
Please
And
sum up,
there is
Adam.
no way out in this system available for people to even express their anger, express their dissent against these governments, all these loot and against all this loot and plunder. Then there is the crisis of the ruling class, which is hanging between different imperialist powers and trying to pitch one against the other.
Please sum up, Adam.
And then there is a crisis of even the Chinese intervention has not helped an economy in Pakistan. Rather than the promise of flowing rivers of milk and honey, there is more poverty, more exploitation by these Chinese capitalists here in Pakistan.
Please wrap up, Adam.
Situation is not different in India as well, where there is a big attack on the working class by the Modi regime. And he's attacking the workers, the political activists, like never before, and are throwing them in prisons on false charges who were involved in the anti-government protests early this year. Some of these who were thrown in prison have been infected with COVID and are their lives are at risk. There is huge repression going on in Kashmir, where there is curfew, where there is army repression, state repression. Hundreds and thousands are being subjected to this curfew. Then there is COVID lockdown, and then there is arrests, and there is dissolution of the Jammu Kashmir Assembly, and their constitutional status have been changed.
Adam, please, we need to wrap up soon.
And this whole and then there are movements in Kashmir, in India, in Pakistan, and people will come out eventually against these brutal attacks. This one. And they will come out against the brutal regimes, brutal ruling class, and the imperialist powers, either of America, of China, of Saudi, of any other country in the whole region. And they will come out against the crime of partition, which was done by the British imperialism to install capitalism, to defend capitalism in this region.
Adam, please sum up.
That's it. The last. and will move forward to undo the partition of Bengal, then to the partition of Punjab, and solve the issue of Kashmir through a socialist revolution in this subcontinent. And a socialist revolution in this region will only be the start of a world socialist revolution to end capitalism from the face of this earth. And this is the only movement to realize the slogan of Karl Marx of workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but change. And socialist future is the only future which can get rid of this brutality. Thank you very much.
Isso é o único movimento que realmente respeita a tradução.
Thank you very much, Adam, for an inspiring intervention. For now, we will take an almost half an hour break, and we will resume the discussion again at 3:45 British time. So that's in 28 minutes. So be back and be on time. And as the first speaker after the break, we have Serge Goulart from Brazil. And yes, we're looking very forward to that. So thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your break.
Camaradas,
One
uma
second.
saudação
Espera.
No. I have to speak
Espera,
first.
espera.
We don't have audio yet. Okay. I think we're back on the air live. Hope you had a good break, everyone.
Ya estamos de nuevo en vivo. Espero que todos han disfrutado su descanso.
As you can hear, we now have a Spanish translator on the main YouTube feed.
Como podéis escuchar, ya tenemos un traductor en la página de YouTube,
Because the next speaker will be speaking in Spanish.
porque la próxima español.
And therefore, everyone who is listening in on the Spanish Discord translation channel,
Entonces, todos que están escuchando en el servidor español de Discord,
they should lower the volume of the Discord and listening in on the main feed.
deben disminuir el volumen de Discord y escuchar en el principal.
So without further ado, I'll bring in Serge Goulart
Entonces ya voy a dar el paso a Serge Goulart,
from the Brazilian section of the IMT. Go ahead,
desde la
Serge.
sección brasileña de la CMI. Adelante, Serge.
Camaradas, un saludo comunista para todos los que han trabajado para realizar esta Universidad Marxista Internacional.
Comrades,
Un
a
saludo,
revolution.
Y un
Comrades,
saludo a todos que nos escuchan.
a revolutionary salute to all those who have organized this event and to all those who are listening to us now.
El informe de Alan ha expresado el cuadro de la situación mundial en movimiento, el cuadro de la lucha de clases en que debemos actuar.
The report from Alan has given us the big picture that we need to use on how to act.
Hay una situación convulsiva en el planeta y más que jamás la victoria es una tarea.
There is a convulsive situation on the world scale which has never been seen before.
Pero no va a surgir sola. Revoluciones pueden acontecer y van a acontecer. Pero sin un verdadero partido revolucionario estaríamos condenados a vivir como las olas del mar que crecen y después se terminan en espuma en la arena.
There will be revolutionary situations, but we need a revolutionary organization to take the leadership of these situations that will come and go like waves on the sea, breaking on the sea, on the beach.
Hay una guerra social declarada por la burguesía contra la clase trabajadora. Ellos pretenden remeternos a las condiciones de vida del siglo XIX.
There is a social war by the bourgeoisie against the working class, which threatens to throw us back to the previous century, to the 19th century.
Las armas con que trabajan son la xenofobia, las divisiones de guerras étnicas, guerras sectarias, racismo y una represión cada vez más brutal.
The weapons that they use are xenophobia, ethnic wars, sectarian wars, and wars on an international scale.
Los democráticos burgueses se dedican a destrozar las conquistas de libertades democráticas del proletariado.
The bourgeois Democrats.
Y para esto cuentan con los partidos reformistas que pretenden hablar en nombre de la clase trabajadora, pero defienden el capital.
The bourgeois Democrats threaten to destroy the victories that have been won in the past by the working class, and especially do this through the reformist parties.
Please speak shorter bits, Serge.
Sí, más corto, por favor.
Ok. Estos partidos, en nombre de la lucha contra la pandemia, se unifican con los capitalistas contra la clase trabajadora y la humanidad.
These parties fight in the name fighting against the coronavirus pandemic, attacking the working class.
En Francia, el Partido Socialista Comunista, Francia Insubmisa, vota una ayuda de 300 mil millones de euros para los bancos y 43 mil millones de euros para las empresas capitalistas, para que luego se transforme en 400.000 millones de euros.
In France, the Socialist Party in France, Insoumise, have voted for 3 billion euros and later 43 billion euros to be given in credit to the big business in France.
En Bélgica, el Partido Socialista vota poderes especiales para el gobierno reaccionario burgués.
In Belgium, the Socialist Party voted to put a bourgeois party in power.
En Alemania, el SPD profundiza el bloque con la reaccionaria CDU.
In Germany, the SPD formed a bloc with right-wing parties.
En España, el Partido Socialista, Podemos y el Partido Comunista intentan salvar el capitalismo.
In Spain, PSOE, Unidos Podemos, and the Communist Party tried to save the right wing.
En Portugal, el gobierno del Partido Socialista aprueba una ley prohibiendo las huelgas durante la pandemia.
In Portugal, the left-wing Socialist Party passed a law prohibiting strikes during the pandemic.
En Gran Bretaña, los diputados del Labour Party, de derecha y de izquierda, votan por un plan de salvamiento de los capitalistas y todavía proponen un comité de recuperación nacional integrando los sindicatos al gobierno y al Estado.
In the UK, Labour MPs, both left and right, voted for a plan to save the capitalists.
En Brasil no es diferente.
In Brazil, it's no different.
Pero hay una resistencia y una lucha a pesar de las represiones, de las traiciones enorme en todo el planeta.
But there is a resistance and a struggle across all of these countries to fight against the attacks on the working class.
A pesar de la pandemia, huelgas salvajes en Italia, Estados Unidos, nuevas huelgas en China, protestos en India y también en Brasil.
Despite the pandemic, we've seen protests, massive protests across the US, India, and even China, and Brazil as well.
Acá en Brasil, por la pandemia, el Partido de Trabajadores y el Partido Comunista de Brasil firman un manifiesto en defensa de la democracia, en defensa de la orden y de la economía capitalista, junto con una enorme cantidad de burgueses y ex gobernantes brasileños, incluso con ex ministros de Bolsonaro.
In Brazil, the PT and the PCB signed a decree alongside an enormous amount of bourgeois parties, including ex-ministers of Bolsonaro government, to support the government.
Y votan unificados con los burgueses y senadores de Bolsonaro una ley de congelamiento salarial de servidores públicos en Brasil.
And they voted alongside the bourgeois senators and the Bolsonaro ministers to freeze all social payments.
Es en esta situación que estamos construyendo la izquierda marxista, la corriente marxista internacional, porque vivimos hoy grandes acontecimientos.
It is within this context that we are building Esquerda Marxista, the Brazilian section of the IMT, and we have great obstacles to overcome.
La ola revolucionaria que pasó por el planeta en 2019 no ha desaparecido. Fue represada, pero va a volver con mucho más fuerza.
The revolutionary wave of last year, 2019, hasn't disappeared, but has been suppressed and will come back again in even bigger scale.
Y en esta situación que la CMI realiza esta universidad marxista demostrando que es capaz de combatir en defensa del marxismo y de organizar la militancia revolucionaria necesaria.
And it is in this context that the IMT has organized this university to fight in defense of the ideas of Marxism and to spread the revolutionary ideas.
Más de 5.000 militantes, trabajadores jóvenes en más de 100 países discutiendo el marxismo es por sí solo un hecho histórico.
More than 5,000 workers, students, and young people of all corners of the earth participating in this event is a great historical moment.
Y demuestra irrefutablemente la necesidad de construcción de una verdadera internacional marxista de masas.
And irrefutably demonstrates the necessity to build a Marxist organization to lead the masses.
que ayude a construir partidos revolucionarios, obreros de masa,
that helps build revolutionary workers' parties, mass workers' parties.
que nuestra tarea
Our task
para empezar a construir el socialismo.
to start building socialism.
Y termino con unas palabras que todos ustedes conocen mucho, pero que expresan lo que pensamos, quién somos y qué deseamos, qué buscamos.
And I'll end with a phrase that everybody knows, but it is crucial because it describes who we are and what we're fighting for.
Particularmente a todos los miles que están por la primera vez mirando cómo discute, cómo trata la teoría y la revolución, las tareas revolucionarias, la corriente marxista internacional.
Particularly for those who are listening for the first time, at how we discuss these ideas of theory and how we build the IMT.
Mesías, patrones, jefes supremos, no esperamos nada de nadie.
Messiahs and great bosses, we don't expect anything from anyone.
Pronto verás que nuestras balas son para nuestros generales.
Soon you will see that our bullets are for your generals.
Bien unidos hagamos en la lucha final una tierra cenamos, la internacional.
We are unified together. We will fight together for the international.
Combateremos y venceremos, camaradas.
We will fight and we will overcome, comrades.
Vive el socialismo internacional.
Long live a socialist international.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serge. 1 second. There we are. Thank you very much, Serge, for that inspiring intervention. Next up, we have John Peterson from the belly of the beast, so to say, from the United States. If you just give me a moment, I will bring John in.
Muchas gracias, Serge.
Okay. Okay, John, go.
All right. Well, first of all, I'd like to send warm Bolshevik greetings to everyone around the world from here in the United States. As Alan explained, we're living through a perfect storm. Of economic, political, and social crisis. ¿Me escuchaste? It's a perfect storm of political, economic, and social crisis. And this is all part of a process of worldwide revolution.
1 second, John. I think we need to have a backup Spanish translator.
And the IMT has always explained that the United States would not be immune from this process. We've always highlighted the inspiring revolutionary and labor traditions of this country. We've explained that revolutions don't respect borders. And above all, we've explained that in a society divided into classes, you will inevitably have class struggle. Now, the US was once a pillar of stability for world capitalism. Now it's entirely destabilized and is playing a destabilizing role on a world scale. The COVID-19 crisis continues to rage. The US has seen over 4 million confirmed cases so far. with just 1 million new cases in the last 15 days. But the real figures are much higher because of the disastrous state of testing. Over 1,000 people are dying every day from coronavirus in this country. And there's been a rush to reopen the economy because, of course, they need to keep the profits flowing. "91,000 people have died since the country was formally reopened. At the same time, there are growing calls for another national shutdown since the first one was botched so badly. And this has all compounded the economic calamity, which was prepared by the entire previous period. Unemployment is officially just over 11%. But in reality, it is at least double that because people who lost a job but are not actively looking for work are no longer considered to be part of the labor force. There have been over 50 million unemployment claims now in the last few months. There are over 800,000 people unemployed in New York City alone. Trillions of dollars are being lost in revenues for cities and counties. So this is forcing cuts or reductions to already overstretched social services. Mass layoffs for workers. The number of business owners, small business owners, fell by over 3.3 million over the course of just 2 months. That's a fall of 22%, the largest drop on record. Back in April, they asked restaurants how many thought they could survive a 6-month shutdown. And only 15% of restaurants thought they would still be open by this next December. So there's a restructuring of society and of the economy on a scale that has not been seen in decades. On top of this, there's the unprecedented handout of trillions of public dollars to the banks and to large corporations. And while millions of people are literally going hungry in the United States, and as many as 20 million people may be losing their homes in the next period, Jeff Bezos, the head of Amazon, the company Amazon, has added over $50 billion to his personal wealth over this year alone. And of course, it's Latinos and Black workers and young people in particular that are being hit especially hard. These layers of the class often have the most precarious jobs and are the first to be fired. Thousands of frontline essential workers who had to keep their jobs in order to survive, risked their lives, they lost their lives. But the workers are also fighting back. There have been hundreds of wildcat strikes demanding better pay and protections. Many of these have been combined with actions in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. In fact, the entire west coast of the US and Canada (29 ports) were shut down for 8 hours by longshore workers in solidarity. Now, the police murder of George Floyd was like a match that was thrown onto a drought-stricken prairie, the very dry forest. Now, his murder was not an accident, but it was a historical accident that expressed an underlying necessity. And that's the need for the masses to fight back against centuries of misery, of racism, of humiliation, of exploitation. And the movement spread like wildfire, and it swept the entire country. Over 2,000 cities had protests. That includes small towns of just a few thousand people. In fact, it's estimated that around 10% of the US adult population participated in one of these protests, at least one of these protests. That's around 25 million people. And as Alan noted, the racial demographics of the protests have almost exactly matched the overall population. Now, as you will have seen on your television screens, the response of the state was outright brutality. "200 cities imposed curfews. Tear gas was used on protesters in at least 100 cities. And yet the movement continued and refused to back down for weeks. A police precinct in Minneapolis was burnt to the ground. Police were seen running away from protesters like rats. Donald Trump had to hide like a troll in a cave under the White House. And we even saw the rise of defense committees emerging in working class neighborhoods in several major cities. Now, poll after poll over the last few years has tracked the rising interest in socialism in the US. And this was given a big boost by the Bernie Sanders presidential campaigns. Big majorities among the youth now support socialism. Millions of them even support communism. And it's not only among the youth, but I think perhaps the most significant poll in the recent period was one that found that 54% of Americans supported the burning down of the police precinct in Minneapolis. That's an astonishing figure. This is support for a de facto act of insurrection. Not in the abstract, but in practice. Now, inevitably, without a revolutionary leadership and an outlet, the Black Lives Matter movement is ebbing. The state has more or less regained its balance, at least relative to where it was a few weeks ago. Trump is sending anonymous federal agents to cities controlled by Democrats. Cities controlled by Democrats such as Portland. He wants to present himself as the candidate of law and order, while painting the Democrats as the party of anarchy and disorder.
Although 15 minutes gone.
Although, of course, they are the party, one of the main parties of capitalist rule in this country. Because on top of all of this, there's a presidential election in November. Trump is potentially in trouble. Joe Biden is leading by a significant margin in several polls. There's growing splits in the Republican Party. Many of Trump's supporters seem to have finally abandoned him over his disastrous handling of the pandemic. But we should never count Trump out. Or underestimate the rottenness of the Democrats or how much millions of workers hate them. Because remember, Joe Biden is the establishment's choice. And after Sanders capitulated yet again, that great disappointment of millions of people is gradually turning into support for a new mass party to the left of the Democrats. And we have to be clear, though, that unless and until the working class builds a mass party of its own, until it breaks with the vicious cycle of lesser evilism, Something even more to the right than Trump can and will emerge in the future. Comrades, the recent elemental movement of ordinary workers and youth has had a profound and life-changing impact on the consciousness of millions of people in the US.
2 minutes left.
It's shown the world that the US is not one big reactionary bloc. It's shown the world that revolution is possible in this country. And this is only the beginning of this process of polarization, of crisis, of struggle, of victories and defeats. But at root, this remains a crisis of capitalism. And there's only one way out of this crisis. The world working class has to kill capitalism before it kills us. And this is our historic mission. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much to John. Next up, I will bring in Comrade Hans Gerd from Germany. If you just bear with me, I will try to unmute him. 1 minute, Hans, 1 second. Okay, you're on, Hans.
Okay. Comrades, greetings from Germany, the cradle of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, to comrades watching this magnificent session all over the world. This is an inspiring moment, and Alan Woods has already outlined how the crisis has an unprecedented and global dimension. The crisis is also hitting Germany very hard, and this is only the beginning of a turning point with long-lasting consequences. This underlines that the ideas of scientific socialism are very modern in the 21st century. Now there is one myth in many brains which says that the Germans are happy with Mama Merkel and will never fight. I would like to expose this myth. The present pandemic is just a trigger, not the deep root of the present capitalist crisis of overproduction. This pandemic reveals all the deep problems, scandals, inequality, imbalances, privatization, contradictions, injustice, and grievances that have existed and piled up for a very long time. This crisis is now being used to redistribute wealth in favor of the ruling class, the rich and speculators that always try to make a fortune out of any crisis. but already towards the end of 2019, symptoms of the deep economic crisis have accumulated in Germany. Gross domestic product in Germany last year in 2019 only grew by 0.6%, which is nearly zero. And in the motor car sector, which is a key industry for Germany, already in autumn, last September, October, there were clear symptoms of a crisis of overproduction. Long ago, a boss of BMW car company said, "I know there are too many cars globally, but there are too few BMW cars." Now in summer 2020, which is a hot summer, we get daily messages about threatening workplace closures and massive sackings, destruction of jobs in the motor car sector, in airlines, shipyards, department stores, small shops, in most sectors of the economy. There are local protest demos up and down the country from day to day, but there's no alternative and no joint struggle nationally and internationally offered by the trade union and workers' leaders.
Five minutes gone.
Part of the German miracle in the past few years was the enormous casualization and cheap labor. And those workers on casual and temporary jobs, contracts, are the first to lose their jobs now and to be sacked. The official unemployment figures admit a growth of unemployment from 2.2 to nearly 3 million now, but this does not express the real dimension of the crisis. Unemployment statistics do not include self-employed people. Many of them are faced with ruin as a consequence of the lockdown. Nor does it include students without rich parents and grants who have serious problems as they've lost their casual jobs due to the lockdown to finance their courses and their existence. Now, whereas in the United States, you hear about 40 million being made unemployed in the question of days and weeks, in Germany, they have an instrument still to buffer this development a bit. In Germany in April, there were 10 million workers out of work, but not lost their jobs, but on short-time compensation, which is a sort of subsidy out of the workers' funds and the National Labor Exchange. And now there are still 6.8 million workers on short-time compensation money, hoping for better times and fearing unemployment at the same time. And take these 6.8 million and compare this to the peak of the 2009 crisis. You see the difference, because then in May 2009, the peak figure was 1.44 million workers on short-time compensation only. One of the advantages of German capitalism has been in the last few decades, modern industry, highly dependent on exports. Exporting not only industrial goods, vehicles, machine tools, and chemicals, but also tons, millions of tons of pork. But this advantage of German capitalism, dependent on exports, is now turning into an enormous disadvantage, as faced with the crisis. And this explains why the ruling class in Germany and Merkel present themselves as pro-European and desperately try to keep the European together somehow. Because most exports go to European countries. And Comrade George from London has spoken on the European Union already.
Ten minutes gone.
The present crisis is increasingly affecting the south of Germany. Historically prosperous areas with traditionally high living standards and low unemployment, with big employers such as Daimler, BMW, Audi, Siemens, Bosch, and others. But those areas will be hit hard now, as in the first 6 months of 2020, sales of the car industry have slumped by 35%. And in the second quarter of 2020, the slump was even 47%. So I could give you lots of figures about the pessimism of the industrialists in the car industry and the supplier industry down in the south. Hello?
Rob, we need a Spanish translation.
Well, many figures indicate that the question of the crisis of the industry, especially in the south, is very serious. Some 15,000 jobs are at stake at Daimler alone. And 2/3 of the industrialists, of industries in the southwest, in the state of Baden-Württemberg, are pessimistic about the future, the coming months. And of course, there's a massive, this is being used to blackmail the workers to accept any sort of sacrifices and give up many of the gains that they fought for in the last decades. At the same time, retired Daimler boss Dieter Zetsche receives a pension of 4,250 euro a day. Now, while the big car manufacturers have accumulated reserves of some 100 billion euro altogether, many of the smaller industrial enterprises and suppliers around the motor car producers could go bankrupt this coming autumn.
One minute left, Hans.
And there are fears that this might trigger off a new banking crisis. So anyway, we're faced with a completely new situation when the employers are really on the offensive and try to destroy everything that the workers have achieved in living standards and living and quality of life. For instance, recently the government bailed out Lufthansa from bankruptcy. With the 9 billion they spent for this, they pledged for this, they could have taken over completely nationalized Lufthansa, but of course they didn't want to.
Please sum up, Hans.
Yes. Anyway, anyway, comrade, time is up, but I try to underline there is a readiness of the working class in Germany to fight, as we've seen with some cases. For instance, one factory, the southernmost German town of Sonthofen, there was a 5-week-long struggle against the closure of a factory. And there could be a hot autumn big strike movement in the public transport sector where after years of privatization, worsening of conditions, there's rage and militancy of the workers. And this has grown enormously. There's also a movement of youth, as we see with the solidarity with the Black Lives Matter, which attracted tens of thousands in June.
Please sum up, Hans.
Yes. So to sum up, there will be enormous bitterness and struggles in Germany. And I would like to quote not Engels, but a liberal, a member of parliament to finish my statement. Liberal parliamentarian Marco Buschmann said, quite soon revolution could be in the air if things continue like this. As soon as the German middle class will find out that their job is finished and their private saving through shares are bust, they will radicalize. Comrades, I could give you many more examples, but the main thing is we must be prepared for this future. We need a socialist program to use the potential of industry and science, not for private profit, but for the benefit of mankind and environment. the slogan of the Socialist United States of Europe is more urgent than ever, and we need a Marxist leadership, and therefore let's go forward to building the IMT. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hans-Gert, and thank you everyone who's joined in and been watching today's session, which has been excellent so far. We're all very excited about this event, but we also need to eat. So now we will take an almost 1 hour break. So you can have your lunch or dinners wherever you live in the world. And we'll be back at 5:30 p.m. UK time. So that's in 53 minutes. Ready to continue from the excellent debate we've had so far. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good rest. Without further ado, we'll go on to the next speaker. Who is from the Italian section of the International Marxist Tendency. Is Alessandro Giardello. 1 second, Alessandro.
Buenas tardes.
1 minute, 1 second, Alessandro. Wait.
Okay.
We need to have the translation ready. Rob, are you ready?
Ready?
Okay. Go ahead, Alessandro.
Buenas tardes, compañero. Un saludo desde Italia.
Good afternoon, comrades. Greetings from Italy.
Como ha planteado el compañero Alan, estamos dentro de un cambio fundamental de la relación de clases a nivel internacional.
As Alan has mentioned, we are at a turning point in the relationship between classes at an international level.
Y en Italia también. Voy
Well.
a explicarlo de una forma puntual.
I'm going to explain now in a concise manner.
La gestión cínica, clasista, hipócrita e implacable de la emergencia sanitaria ha dejado un profundo rancor dentro de la clase trabajadora en este país.
The atrocious, corrupt and deplorable way that the current government has managed the pandemic has stirred up a fury in the masses in Italy.
Este rancor se va fortaleciendo en la fase 2, así llamada fase 2, cuando se ha vuelto masivamente a la producción.
This anger has been strengthening during the second phase of the confinement when industry has been opened up again.
Porque después de los sacrificios, enormes sacrificios que han hecho los trabajadores,
Because after the enormous sacrifices of the workers,
el agradecimiento de la burguesía ha sido doblar los turnos. Esa idea que se tiene es que recuperar toda la producción que se ha perdido, quitar descansos, quitar vacaciones.
Has been to double the workload and remove holidays for the workers.
Se está trabajando el sábado, el domingo, 12, 14 horas al día.
They're working 12 to 14-hour days, including on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday.
Sin remuneración de paga extraordinaria. Todos los premios que se habían prometido, que la burguesía y el gobierno habían prometido.
Without extra pay, which is what the government had actually promised beforehand.
Ahora se están negando, sobre todo a los trabajadores del sector sanitario que han estado en primera línea durante la emergencia.
Now they're denying these payouts, especially amongst the health workers who have been risking their lives during the pandemic.
Compañero, no somos moralistas.
Comrades, we're not moralists.
Este rancor, esta rabia que se está acumulando dentro de la clase trabajadora en su conciencia,
this anger that is accumulating in the conscience of the classes, of the working class,
es algo que va a tener grandes consecuencias en el futuro.
Is something that is going to have severe consequences in the future.
Lo hemos visto muchas veces en el pasado.
And we've seen this many times in the past.
La convocación de huelga desde abajo que hemos visto en la jornada de marzo, en los días de marzo,
the calling of the strike from below that we saw on the 10th of March
fueron totalmente espontáneas.
Was completely spontaneous.
Contra las indicaciones de las dirigentes sindicales.
Against the instructions of the leadership of the trade unions.
Ha habido una movilización extraordinaria de la clase trabajadora.
There's been an extraordinary mobilization of the working class.
En la que se ha implicado como 100,000 trabajadores.
In which 100,000 workers have been involved in.
Sobre todo obrero industrial.
Mainly industrial workers.
Que estaba rabioso por el
completely
por el total desinterés de la clase dominante a sus condiciones.
Who are completely furious with the ruling class, who have a complete disinterest for their interests.
Esto representa un cambio fundamental, un giro fondamentale nella situazione politica.
This represents a complete shift, a complete change in the political situation.
Hay que remontar a los años 90, al año 92-93, lo que se ha llamado la temporada de los tornillos.
You have to go back to the 90s, to 1992 and 1993, which is known as the era of the screws.
Para encontrar una movilización de esta magnitud.
To find a mobilization of this magnitude.
Con estas características totalmente espontánea, convocada desde abajo de los trabajadores.
With these characteristics of spontaneous mobilization from below.
Y sobre todo en las grandes fábricas del país.
And mainly in the biggest factories of the country.
Representando el humor, la rabia espantosa que había entre millones de trabajadores.
Which represents this fearsome anger that is bubbling up amongst the masses.
De hecho, esta movilización obrera ha cambiado la posición del gobierno.
In fact, this workers' mobilization has changed the government's position.
5 minutes gone.
Ha cambiado la política de las burocracias sindicales.
It's changed the politics, the policies of the trade union bureaucracy.
Se ha conseguido, por ejemplo, el paro de los despidos por ley, algo que nunca había pasado en ese país.
For example, they've won the freezing of sackings, the law of sackings, which has never been achieved in this country.
Claro, es un paro temporáneo.
Sure, for sure, it is a temporary sacking.
También la huelga que se consiguió fue una huelga muy parcial.
Also, the strike that was called was only a partial strike.
La patronal está volviendo en una ofensiva muy fuerte, muy brutal.
The bosses are back on a very strong offensive, a brutal offensive.
Esto es una receta acabada para la lucha de clase en el próximo otoño.
This is a recipe for a working class struggle in the next autumn.
Pero lo que es fundamental, compañeros,
But what is essential, comrades,
es que fue la clase obrera, su movilización, que rompió el clima de paz social.
is that this mobilization of the working class broke the social peace,
Que rompió la unidad nacional.
broke the national unity,
Que los reformistas y los dirigentes sindicales
that the reformists and the trade union leaders
habían acordado con la patronal y con el gobierno.
had agreed with the bosses and with the government.
En esta situación, nuestra organización en Italia
In this situation, our organization in Italy
no solo ha empezado a crecer de una forma importante entre la juventud y sobre todo un sector de la juventud obrera,
has not only begun to grow massively, significantly amongst the youth, but most importantly amongst the young workers.
sino se está lanzando en una batalla contra los reformistas y contra la dirección sindical,
Is launching a fight against the reformists and against the trade union leadership,
que buscan nuevos pactos sociales.
who are looking for new social pacts.
No hay condiciones para pacto social.
There are no conditions for social pacts and
Ya lo
agreements.
explicó muy bien el compañero Alan.
Alan has now explained very well.
Ya el compañero Josh también de Reino Unido explicó lo que está pasando en la Unión Europea.
And Josh has explained very well what's occurring in the European Union.
La Merkel, es verdad que has cambiado de posición.
Angela Merkel, it's true, has changed her position.
Fue un cambio parcial.
It was a partial change.
Fue un cambio necesario porque no se podía mantener con Italia y España la misma posición que tuvieron en el año 2013-2014 con Grecia y Portugal.
It was a necessary change because it couldn't maintain the position with Italy and Spain, the same position that they had with Greece in 2013 and 2014.
Grecia representa el 1,2% del PIB de la Unión Europea.
Greece represents 1.2% of the European GDP.
Portugal rappresenta l'1,3%.
And Portugal represents 1.3%.
Italia es el 12% del PIB de la Unión Europea.
Italy is 12% of the European GDP.
Quiere decir 10 veces más.
That's to say 10 times more.
No pueden permitirse la quiebra de Italia.
You cannot allow the bankruptcy of Italy.
Y también tienen otros problemas.
And they also have other problems.
La enorme deuda estatal, ya lo explicó Josh,
The enormous state debt that Josh has now explained,
y sobre todo la enorme deuda de los bancos italianos que pueden derrocar todos los bancos de Europa.
is mainly a debt held by the Italian banks, which could bring down the whole of the European Union,
Que ha llegado a 980.000 millones de euros.
which has reached a staggering amount of 98 billion euros.
Eso, Italia sigue siendo la segunda potencia industrial de Europa.
Italy continues to be the second industrial powerhouse of Europe.
No en volumen, pero sí en valor añadido.
Not in volume, but in added value.
Un default de Italia representaría la destrucción de la Unión Europea.
10 minutes
And
gone.
Collapse of Italy would represent a collapse of the European Union.
Y además vamos a ver qué pasó con Grecia y Portugal.
And on top of that, we're going to see what happened with Greece and Portugal.
Porque esa crisis tan profunda
Because this crisis is so deep,
está provocando una guerra comercial entre China y Estados Unidos.
it's provoking a commercial war between China and the US.
Y la lucha principal entre estos dos países se va a hacer en la Unión Europea.
And the main fight is going to take place on the ground of the European Union between these two countries.
China prácticamente compró el puerto del Pireo en Grecia.
China practically bought the port of Bideo in Italy.
Hay la enorme novedad que por primera vez en Europa se han emitido bonos en moneda china, yuan.
For the first time, yuan has been entered in to the European economy.
Esto ha pasado en Portugal, lo que han llamado el Panda Bond.
This is what's happened in Portugal and is called the Panda Bond bread.
Hay una enorme penetración del capital chino en Grecia y en Portugal.
There's an enormous penetration of Chinese capital in Portugal and Greece.
Y lo mismo China está intentando hacerlo con Italia, con varios acuerdos comerciales.
And the self-same China is trying to do the same, penetrate into Italy with various agreements with their government.
Merkel y Macron cambiaron de línea también porque necesitan de una fortaleza, y eso sería la Unión Europea, para defenderse de la penetración de China que de una forma desesperada está buscando mercados en la Unión Europea.
Merkel and Macron have changed their position to create a fortress of the European Union in order to block the penetration of Chinese capital, which is looking for markets in Europe.
Estamos atravesando una situación muy interesante, compañeros.
We're passing through a very interesting time, comrades.
Un cambio de conciencia de la clase repentino.
A sudden change in the consciousness of the working class.
Y ya no tengo tiempo para explicar lo que va a pasar en la juventud. Eso será la hostia.
I don't have time to explain now, but what will happen amongst the youth will be earth-shattering.
Después de 4 meses con escuela cerrada y universidad cerrada,
after 4 months of closed schools and closed universities,
no hay ninguna condición para volver en septiembre a abrir las escuelas otra vez.
There are no conditions to return to opening the schools and the universities
2 minutes left.
Again in September.
Están los profesores en el pie de guerra.
The teachers are on a war footing.
Y los estudiantes también. No hay prácticamente ningún sector en este momento que no está reclamando luchas.
And the students are on a war footing as well. And I can't say that there's any sector that is not on a war footing demanding change.
Y al mismo tiempo una crisis abismal de los reformistas, de los dirigentes sindicales,
and at the same time an abysmal crisis of the trade union leaders and the reformists,
que nunca han tenido una autoridad tan baja dentro del movimiento.
who have never had such a low level of authority in the movement.
Son condiciones ideales para la construcción de la organización revolucionaria.
Ideal conditions for the construction of the revolutionary organization.
De nuestra internacional, la CMI.
Our international, the IMT.
A mí me recuerda un espléndido artículo que escribió hace muchos años el compañero Ted Grant.
I remember an article that Ted Grant, a splendid article that Ted Grant wrote many years ago.
En el año 1941, durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial.
In 1941, during the Second World War.
Preparándonos por el poder.
Preparing us for power.
Hay que leerlo, hay que estudiarlo, hay que prepararnos.
You have to read it, you have to study it, we have to prepare ourselves.
Hay que construir la organización, hay que formar los cuadros dentro del movimiento, construir raíces.
You have to build the organization, develop cadres, and sink roots into the workers' movement.
La crisis es muy profunda.
The crisis is very deep.
Todavía no estamos listos para nuestra tarea.
We're still not ready for our task.
Pero sí estamos dando pasos importantes.
But we are taking important steps forward.
Y quiero decirlo a todos los compañeros que nosotros hemos lanzado una lucha también dentro del sindicato mayoritario en ese país.
And I want to say to the comrades that we too have launched a fight within the major trade union in Italy.
Declarando una corriente sindical clasista.
Declaring a trade union class current.
Combativa y revolucionaria.
Combative and revolutionary.
Que son las ideas que buscan el movimiento, que buscan un nuevo sector de jóvenes trabajadores que se acercan a la lucha.
And these are the ideas that the workers are looking for, especially young workers are coming towards our ideas, revolutionary ideas.
Esto es nuestra tarea, compañeros.
And this is our task, comrades.
Lo que estamos desarrollando en todo el mundo.
What we're developing across the world.
Hay avances importantes de nuestra internacional.
There's important advances of our international.
En el Reino Unido,
in the
Estados
UK,
Unidos,
US,
en Brasil,
in Brazil,
en cada país donde lo miras, donde lo quieres mirar.
In every country where you look.
Se ve que hay un giro radical.
There's a radical change.
Un cambio de conciencia fundamental.
A fundamental change in consciousness.
Que ha cerrado definitivamente una situación de reflujo que en Italia se había mantenido bastante tiempo.
Which has closed off a long period of ebb, which has ended now in Italy.
Y ahora no tenemos excusas.
Now we have no excuses.
Hay que tomar la iniciativa.
We have to take the initiative.
Hay que construir la organización.
We have to build the organization.
Lo que están buscando centenas de milenas de jóvenes, de trabajadores.
What thousands of workers and young workers are looking for.
Una organización que tenga la capacidad.
An organization with the ability.
De acabar con ese sistema.
To end this system.
El capitalismo, que es un sistema podrido.
Capitalism, which is a rotten system.
Es un sistema superado históricamente.
It's a system that has reached its end historically.
Pero si es verdad, no se va a quitar por sí solo.
But it's true that it's not going to end by itself.
Tenemos que construir un partido potente.
We have to build a strong party.
De los trabajadores.
Of the workers.
Internacional.
Internationally.
Que permita a la clase obrera.
Which allows the working class.
Tomar el poder.
To take power.
Y acabar con ese sistema.
And end this system.
Gracias, compañeros.
Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very, very much, Alessandro. The next speaker we have is from Britain, comrade James Kilby.
Alessandro, ahora tendremos al siguiente.
Go ahead. If you just bear with me, I'll bring in James. Go ahead, James.
Okay, thank you, Hamid. So, comrades, greetings from London. I'm going to talk about the situation in Britain. British capitalism was already in trouble before the pandemic. Now with the coronavirus, Britain is entering its worst crisis for at least 300 years. The OECD predicts that Britain will experience the worst downturn of any advanced capitalist country. They predict GDP to collapse by 11.5% by the end of the year. And that is without a second wave of the virus. This is the product of the long-term decline of British capitalism over many decades. The ruling class has largely abandoned industry in favor of speculation. The working class has been relentlessly squeezed to maintain profitability. Millions are forced to work in the so-called gig economy. On 0 hours contracts for poverty pay. The economy was therefore extremely fragile before the pandemic. Thousands of zombie companies were being propped up by an influx of cheap credit. Living conditions were already desperate. Last year, 14 million lived in poverty. The pandemic will therefore push millions over the edge. Unemployment is predicted to skyrocket. To at least 12% by the end of the year. This is approximately 4 million workers. Already, large companies have announced over 100,000 job losses. Tens of thousands of small businesses will go bankrupt. Those still in work will see their conditions brutally attacked. And this is all before the impact of Brexit, which will come into effect at the start of next year. Negotiations with the EU have currently stalled. If they fail to reach a deal, it will be a calamity for British capitalism. Many industries won't survive the imposition of tariffs. They will simply shut down production. Millions of workers are hoping that Brexit will provide a relief from the nightmare conditions they experience. Many supported the Tory government in order to get Brexit done. But a But a capitalist Brexit won't solve any of their problems. In reality, they will be magnified. What support the Tories had from some workers because of Brexit
Five minutes gone.
will be largely replaced by anger. Already the Tories are becoming deeply unpopular. Due to their handling of the pandemic. The ruling class needs serious leaders in a period of deep crisis. But all they have is Boris Johnson, a clown surrounded by other clowns. The government's response to the pandemic was a disaster. Their initial plan was to go for herd immunity instead of a lockdown. Boris Johnson told people to prepare to see your loved ones die. When it became clear that hundreds of thousands would indeed die, and overwhelm the healthcare system, the government changed course. But it was already too late. Britain has one of the highest excess death rates per million in the world. Over 65,000 people are estimated to have died as a result of the pandemic. It is thought that about half of these deaths would have been avoided if the government had imposed a lockdown earlier. Many thousands have died due to the lack of personal protective equipment. The whole of the government's response has been shambolic. Although there was an initial boost in support for the government, they are now becoming hated. As a result, support for independence in Scotland has risen to around 50%. This further complicates the situation for the British ruling class. A situation which will only get worse. The pandemic has resulted in a colossal government budget deficit. This year alone, the deficit is predicted to be between 350 and 516 billion pounds. This will require huge austerity to eliminate. They will need to implement cuts of 3 to 4 times those seen in the previous decade. Remember, that austerity was partly responsible for transforming the political situation. It had a big impact on consciousness. In 2011, there was a massive wave of public sector strikes. Involving over 3 million workers. In 2014, the Scottish independence referendum nearly saw the breakup of the UK. In 2015, Jeremy Corbyn became leader of the Labour Party.
10 minutes gone.
And in 2016, we had the Brexit referendum. Since then, we have seen the collapse of the government and the Tories suspend Parliament. The ruling class is split. It cannot govern in the old way. Nothing remains as it was before. This process will rapidly accelerate as a result of this crisis. Services have already been cut to the bone. Councils are at breaking point. Eight out of 10 local councils are facing bankruptcy by the end of the year. Massive austerity will be the order of the day. The British working class is facing a catastrophe in the coming months and years. Class struggle will be unavoidable. The trade unions have already seen an influx of new members. The effect of these events on consciousness will be dramatic. More and more people are becoming open to revolutionary ideas. Or drawing revolutionary conclusions. But the leaders of the Labour movement are attempting to hold back the struggle. Keir Starmer is attempting to drag the Labour Party back to the right. But with these conditions of radicalization, he will have a battle on his hands.
13 minutes gone.
The anger below the surface will have to find an expression somehow. Overall, the ground is being prepared for a social explosion. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much for that, James. The next speaker will be Jorge Martin from the International Marxist Tendency. I will just unmute you, Jorge. Go ahead.
Okay, comrades, I wanted to make 3 points in this discussion. The first one is that already before the pandemic and the capitalist crisis that we're living in, there were revolutionary events taking place. In Latin America, for instance, in the second part of last year, we saw a succession of mass movements with insurrectionary characteristics. We had the mass movement which overthrew the governor of Puerto Rico just 1 year ago from now. We also saw last year months and months of a national uprising in Haiti. Against the president Jovenel Moïse, a movement which repression could not stop despite the fact that hundreds were killed. Hundreds. Then in October, we saw a national uprising in Ecuador. Against a package of cuts and austerity measures imposed by the government of Lenin Moreno in that country. The masses converged on the capital. There was a national strike. And the government was forced to flee the presidential palace and abandon the capital. The masses organized the People's Guard, an indigenous guard, to defend themselves against repression. And attempted to install a People's Assembly in place of the National Parliament. This was not simply a protest movement. It was an insurrection, which repression could not stop, despite the fact that about 20 people were killed. Finally, the movement dissipated because the leadership reached a deal with the government, a compromise with the government. And they were not prepared to take the fight to the end. But all the conditions were there for the overthrow of the Lenin Moreno government. This was then followed by a national uprising in Chile, between October and November and December. The movement started as a protest against the increase in the fares of the Santiago de Chile subway system. A movement which was led by the very young school students, the liceístas, and amongst them, particularly very young women, young women were at the forefront of this movement. But this was only a spark.
5 minutes gone.
In reality, the movement was against the whole regime. People said this is not about 30 pesos, which was the fare increase. This is not about 30 pesos, this is about 30 years. Meaning 30 years of anti-working class policies which had been applied in Chile by governments of the right and also governments of the left, in inverted commas. The government of Piñera used brutal repression against the movement. Declaring the state of emergency, a curfew, bringing the army on the streets. But this did not stop the movement. The people organized in people's assemblies and cabildos abiertos, which are open mass neighborhood meetings. And also, like in Ecuador, they organized self-defense for the demonstrations. Which in Chile was called the Primera Línea, the front line. This culminated on November the 12th with a general strike, which came from below. The right-wing government of Piñera was against the ropes. But it was saved at the last minute by a national agreement signed by all parliamentary parties. From the right to the left. With the only exception of the Communist Party. But the Communist Party did not offer a different perspective. Having no clear leadership or clear perspective, the movement dissipated eventually. But this is only a temporary question. The lockdown put everything on hold, on pause. But in the last week, we have seen the resurgence of the movement. In a battle over the question of the private pension system, the AFP. There has been a strike of the dock workers. There was a national pots and pans banging protest despite the lockdown. Splits in the ruling class and the pressure from below led to a defeat of the government in parliament. The government is seriously weakened and could fall at any time. A new uprising is on the cards.
10 minutes gone.
because all of the reasons that led to the uprising in October, November remain there. In both cases, Ecuador and Chile, we see common elements, common features. One, an insurrectionary movement which is not cowed by repression. Two, the masses organizing their own bodies of struggle under different names. Three, the organization of self-defense by the movement against state repression. In Chile and in Ecuador, the only thing that prevented the overthrow of the regime and the possibility of the workers coming to power was the lack of a revolutionary leadership. And these are the types of movements, insurrectionary movements, which we will see more of in this period that we are in. We already saw them last year in Sudan, in Lebanon, in Algeria, in Iraq. And I will say that the Black Lives Matter uprising in the United States also shares some of these features, particularly in the case of Minneapolis, and in recent days in Portland, Oregon. The second point I wanted to make very briefly is to note that there is now a generation of young people who became politically aware at the time of the previous crisis of capitalism in 2008. For them and for the generation after them, their whole lives have been marked by capitalist crisis, austerity cuts, and mass movements. They are wide open to socialist and communist ideas, and they have played a key role at the forefront of the movements that I have mentioned. Finally, about the impact of the current crisis on consciousness. If we look back to 2008, that crisis gave rise to mass protest movements and a general questioning of the capitalist system. We saw the Indignados in Spain, the Occupy movement in the US.
15 minutes gone.
Syntagma Square in Greece, and many others. That also had a political expression. That then had a political expression in the rise of movements like Syriza, Podemos, Mélenchon, Sanders, and Corbyn. which at least in name seem to be challenging the capitalist austerity. Those formations were put to the test, and they failed. Because they remained within the limits of the capitalist system. The crisis that we are living in now will be deeper than the one in 2008. And therefore, the impact on consciousness will be bigger as well, and will be also based on the previous experience. The terrain will be favorable for us, for revolutionary Marxists, but nothing is automatic in class struggle. We need to build a revolutionary leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Now we have Nicholas Albin Svensson, also from the International Marxist Tendency. Before that, just a reminder for everyone to keep sharing the pictures and videos on social media. It's very encouraging to see. And it is and it's helping spreading the word about this event. Also, if you agree with the ideas that you hear, please go onto our website, Marxist.com, where you'll find many articles, theoretical analysis, but where you can also join, apply, or write to us to join the organization, join the International Marxist Tendency. And help build the revolutionary force that many of the comrades have been talking about. And now I'll give the word to Nicholas. Go ahead.
Thank you. And greetings from London.
Gracias, saludos desde Londres.
I'm sure you'll be surprised to hear that it's raining here today.
Imagino que os sorprenderá, pero aquí está lloviendo.
Now, I want to speak about the economy.
Ahora quiero hablar de la economía.
The capitalist economy is in its deepest crisis.
La economía capitalista está en sus más profundas.
And there is no way out.
No hay una salida.
In the 1950s and 1960s, capitalism experienced a massive upswing, particularly in the West.
En 1950 y 1960, el capitalismo tuvo un gran boom, principalmente en Occidente.
And with that economic growth, it allowed a number of reforms for the workers in the West in particular.
Y este crecimiento económico permitió, sentó la base para ciertas reformas económicas en favor de la clase trabajadora en el Occidente, sobre todo.
But ever since those decades, things have gotten gradually worse.
Pero desde esas décadas, las cosas han ido gradualmente peor.
Growth has fallen.
El crecimiento ha bajado.
Investment has fallen.
La inversión ha bajado.
And productivity of labor, the growth of that has fallen as well.
La productividad del trabajo también ha bajado.
And to combat this, the ruling class and the governments introduced a series of attacks on the working class. Their aim was to make capital cheaper by raising profits.
La idea era hacer que el capital fuese más barato para incrementar los beneficios,
To increase the amount of credit in the system, to boost investments.
para facilitar el crédito, para subir la cantidad de crédito en el sistema,
But investments kept falling.
pero las inversiones seguían bajando.
So workers had to work harder and harder.
Así que los trabajadores tenían que trabajar cada vez más duro
And they were getting less and less back.
y estaban recibiendo cada vez menos a cambio.
Now, the ruling class told us in those decades that if we could only bring the growth back to levels in the past, then we can also bring back the reforms of the past.
Si se decía en el pasado que si podíamos traer de vuelta el crecimiento del pasado, también podríamos traer de vuelta las reformas del pasado.
But in spite of all the attacks, no growth came and no reforms came.
Y de hecho, después de tantos ataques, ningún crecimiento vino y ninguna reforma tampoco.
And then the crisis of 2008 hit.
Y entonces llegó la crisis de 2008.
Again, we were told to work harder, and eventually we would get back to growth.
Una vez más, nos dijo que trabajásemos más duro y que eventualmente el crecimiento vendría otra vez.
But very little growth was forthcoming.
Pero muy poco crecimiento vino.
And what little economic growth that came was appropriated by the capitalist class.
Y el poco crecimiento que sí vino fue apropiado por la clase dominante.
The economists or the commentators talked about a feel-bad recovery.
Los comentaristas económicos hablaron de una feel bad, una recuperación feel bad, de mal sentimiento.
Then about 9 months ago, the recession began again.
Y entonces, hace 9 meses más o menos, la recesión comenzó una vez más.
It started in Japan and Germany in the autumn and winter last year.
Empezó en Japón, en Alemania, en el otoño y invierno del año pasado.
And then in January, we had the coronavirus came along.
Y luego, en enero, tuvimos el coronavirus nos visitó.
And they could have stopped the coronavirus. They could have at the very least slowed down the outbreak significantly.
Podríamos haber parado el contagio del coronavirus, podríamos haberlo parado significativamente.
But in the crucial month of February, they prevaricated.
Pero hubo prevaricación en el mes fatídico de febrero.
They were too scared of the consequences that this would have for the world economy, or for their own national economies, more like.
Estaban demasiado ansiosos, tenían demasiado miedo a las consecuencias que potencialmente podría tener una parada de la economía.
Because the governments already knew that the economy was in a bad state, and if they closed down, things would get worse.
Porque los gobiernos ya sabían que la economía estaba en mal estado, que si se hubiese parado aún más habría llegado a bajar.
And so, but they had to close down anyway.
Pero tuvieron que cerrarla igualmente.
But the economic consequences, as well as the human consequences, was much greater because of this prevarication and delay.
Pero fue debido a este retraso que las consecuencias económicas, las consecuencias humanas de esta crisis fueron mucho más grandes.
But now they're telling us that the crisis is caused by the coronavirus.
Ahora nos dicen que está causada por el coronavirus.
And they claim that the crisis of 2008 was caused by bad mortgages in the United States.
Nos dijeron también que la crisis de 2008 estaba causada por malas hipotecas en Estados Unidos.
They claim that oil was the reason behind the crisis of 1973, and so on.
Dijeron que la causa de la crisis de 73 fue el petróleo y así muchas más.
It doesn't take a degree in economics to understand that this crisis was not caused by the coronavirus.
No hace falta tener un grado en economía para entender que esta crisis no está causada por el coronavirus.
The virus only made a bad situation worse.
El coronavirus no hizo más que de la capa un sayo.
So for a whole period, they have been attempting to solve the crisis by lowering the cost of credit.
5 minutes gone.
By lowering interest rates, and this has gone on since the 1960s. Well, really since the 1980s in particular. But this only led to a massive explosion of debt. World debt is now estimated to be 250% of GDP. Which is 2.5 times the world economy. That's the size of the debt. And that's up from around 100% in the mid-1960s. And that's an increase from around 100% in the 1960s. And in particular, it has grown dramatically in China over the last 10 years. As the Chinese were trying to replicate what the rest of the world, what the advanced capitalist countries had been doing up to 2008. But in spite of all this growth in debts, they didn't have any investments, didn't grow. And productivity did not increase, or very little. It only grew by 8% in the whole of the decade that followed 2008. And now we're facing another crisis. And this time they can't lower interest rates. Because they're already at 0. All they can do is expand yet again their programs of quantitative easing. Which is printing money, but virtually. And they're doing this now in order to fund unprecedented budget deficits by governments. In the US, we're meant to have a conservative president, Republican president. I know if you remember the Tea Party movement. The congressmen and congresswomen who supported the Tea Party are now backing Trump. And these were supposed to be the party of reducing the state debt and no budget deficits.
Ten minutes gone.
But now the US federal deficit is 24% of GDP this year. And it might get even bigger because they're horse trading at the moment in Congress. Trying to come up with another rescue package. The average deficit in the advanced capitalist countries by central government is 17%. And that doesn't even count the huge amounts of loans that they're handing out to big business all around the world.
las corporaciones, todo el resto del
we were told that the state had no role to play in the economy.
decían que no teníamos ningún rol que jugar en esta economía.
But now the state is the only thing that keeping the economy afloat.
Pero ahora mismo el Estado es lo único que mantiene la economía a flote,
By running these massive deficits.
manteniendo estos déficits masivos.
How long can they keep this up?
¿Cuánto tiempo podrán mantener esto?
Well, there is no precise answer to that question.
No hay una respuesta precisa a esta pregunta.
At some point, they will have to reduce these deficits.
En algún momento tendrán que reducir estos déficits.
And it's no accident that they're talking now openly about the threat of revolution.
No es ningún accidente que estén hablando ahora mismo de la amenaza inminente de una revolución.
Well, when I say they're talking openly, they're talking in the business press.
Bueno, cuando digo que hablan abiertamente, digo que hablan en la prensa de los capitalistas,
Where no worker can hear what they are saying.
en donde ningún obrero pueda escucharlo.
But the question that's going to be raised, as Alan mentioned, is who is going to pay?
Pero la pregunta que se va a lanzar es quién va a pagar por esto.
At some point, that question will be posed.
En algún momento esa pregunta será.
This is not normal cyclical crisis.
Esta no es una crisis normal, una crisis cíclica del capitalismo.
The kind that happens every few years.
Una crisis que ocurriría cada cierto número de años.
But this is a long term, this crisis have been coming for a very long time.
Estas crisis llevan cociéndose mucho tiempo.
And they have been pushing it off, trying to postpone that evil day.
Los capitalistas han estado posponiendo esta crisis, este día fatídico,
But they can no longer postpone it.
pero ya no lo pueden posponer más.
This is the fundamental crisis of the whole system.
Esta es una crisis fundamental de todo el sistema.
And there's only two ways out.
Solo hay dos salidas:
Socialism or barbarism.
socialismo o barbarie.
Thank you very much, Niklas, for that excellent intervention. And now we will go on to have a short break until 7 p.m. UK time. So that's 22 minutes from now. After the break, Alan will come back in again and reply to the points which have been raised in the discussion. And we'll also have the International Collection Financing the Revolution, where we have many interesting interventions as well. So see you in a couple of minutes. Bye. I'm going to mute you now. I'm going to unmute you when we start. Okay, welcome back, everyone. As I think you all agree, this has been an excellent discussion so far. As a proof of the enthusiasm, I can tell you that the Marxist University is actually trending in Pakistan. And there's been hundreds of tweets and posts on other social media around the world. So keep up the good work. Now I'll hand the word back to Alan Woods, who will sum up the discussion.
Have an impossible task now.
Yes, but you can give it a try, Alan. Go.
A mí me oís? Can you hear me?
Yes.
No sé ya. Right.
Well, comrades, I'm now faced with an impossible task.
Bueno, compañeros, ahora me enfrento a una tarea imposible.
All the comrades spoke extremely well, but I'm very limited for time.
Todos los compañeros hablaron muy bien, pero yo estoy muy limitado con el tiempo.
So I'm afraid I have to be very telegraphic.
Así que me temo que tendré que ser muy telegráfico.
First of all, I think Comrade Jorge Martin was quite right
En primer lugar, creo que Jorge Martínez tenía mucha razón
to remind us that these revolutionary upheavals, which we can see on a world scale,
en recordarnos que estas revueltas políticas, estas turbulencias que han tenido lugar en el mundo,
already began last year
ya empezaron el año pasado.
with tremendous revolutionary movements
Unos movimientos revolucionarios tremendos
in the Sudan,
en Sudán,
in Lebanon,
Líbano,
in Iraq, in Ecuador, in Chile,
Ecuador
and other countries.
y otros países.
So that underlines the point that I made earlier,
Eso subraya el punto que yo planteé.
that these upheavals today do not come from nowhere,
Estas agitaciones, estas turbulencias,
but they are the result of an accumulation of anger and rage which has developed over at least the last decade, if not decades.
es el resultado de la acumulación de rabia y de odio que es un producto de décadas.
And we have to understand that sudden and sharp changes are implicit in the situation.
Y tenemos que comprender que cambios bruscos y repentinos están implícitos en la situación.
And as Comrade Jorge said, quite correctly,
Y como el compañero Jorge dijo muy correctamente,
people are wide open to our ideas.
la gente está abierta completamente a nuestras ideas.
Yes, there is clearly a developing anti-capitalist mood developing now in all countries, I would say.
Hay un ambiente anticapitalista desarrollándose en todos los países, yo diría.
It partly reflects, of course, the obscene levels of inequality that exist in the world.
En parte refleja los niveles obscenos que existen de desigualdad en el mundo.
The gulf that separates rich and poor today, it's never been seen in history, I think.
A diferença entre os ricos e os pobres que existe hoje nunca existiu antes na história.
Pobres, yo creo que nunca ha existido.
And therefore, our ideas are seen as relevant today.
Y por eso nuestras
Com isso, nossas ideias
son ahora como relevantes.
They're relevant because for the simple reason that they accurately reflect the real situation.
Son relevantes porque reflejan de una manera muy concreta la situación actual.
Now that wasn't always the case, by the way. It wasn't always the case.
Esto no era siempre así.
And of course, particularly in a country like the USA,
Y en particular en un país como los Estados Unidos,
I listened with great attention to the intervention of Comrade John Peterson, my old friend John.
yo escuché con mucha atención lo que tenía que decir el compañero, mi buen amigo John Peterson,
And he pointed out, which is, if you think about it, it's an astonishing figure,
y él señaló algo que, si lo miras bien, es una cifra impresionante.
that at least 10% of the population of the United States actually participated physically in these revolutionary protests. 10%.
Que al menos 10% de la población total participó en estos acontecimientos. 10%.
I'm not sure if 10% of the population of Tsarist Russia participated actively in the revolution in 1917. I'd have to check my facts.
Yo no estoy segura de si en la durante la Revolución Rusa 10% de la población siquiera participó en la revolución. Me tendría que chequear mis datos.
But listening to John, I just remembered I saw a very interesting program on television last night, actually.
Y con lo que decía John, me vino a la memoria un programa que estaba mirando en la televisión anoche.
It was about the Black Panthers.
Y se refería a las panteras negras.
That was an extraordinary movement, you know, absolutely extraordinary.
Ese fue un movimiento extraordinario.
I remember it very well. I was around at the time.
Yo lo recuerdo muy bien porque ya estaba activo políticamente.
But this was a movement. It was not a black nationalist movement. That's entirely false.
Pero eso no era un movimiento de nacionalismo negro. Eso es una información totalmente falsa.
They were militant anti-capitalist revolutionaries.
Eran anticapitalistas revolucionarios militantes.
Of course, the starting point was the black struggle, the struggle against the oppression of the black people, of course.
El punto de partida, por supuesto, fue la lucha contra el racismo.
But they understood very clearly that the blacks were oppressed, not just because they were blacks, but because they were poor and because they were workers, that they understood the class question.
Pero claramente comprendieron que ellos estaban oprimidos no solo porque eran negros, sino porque eran pobres y eso es lo que adquirieron una
and they appealed to the white working class and the white youth. Of course, they did.
5 minutes gone.
And they got quite an echo, as a matter of fact. Yeah, but they didn't get the kind of echo you see now in these latest movements. It's tragic, actually, because they were crushed. Of course, they were brutally crushed by the police precisely because they were crushed by a deliberate decision. It was on the program by Edgar J. Hoover, this bastard, this reactionary swine, who led the FBI at the time. He made a conscious decision to crush them because he recognized they were a serious danger to the established order.
Fue una tragedia porque de hecho Hoover era el jefe de la FBI.
No,
tomó la iniciativa de aplastar este movimiento de forma consciente porque se daba cuenta del peligro que traía pues, que tuviera éxito.
Yes, they decided to crush them, and they were, by God, they were crushed, brutally crushed.
Así que decidieron aplastar ese movimiento y lo aplastaron brutalmente.
But this kind of uprising, that's what they were aiming for, to provoke a mass uprising, like the one you now see developing in the States.
Y lo que estaban intentando era producir un levantamiento como el que ahora, de hecho, está teniendo lugar en los Estados Unidos.
And I was thinking, what's the difference? You know, what is the difference between then and now?
Y estaba pensando, ¿cuál es la diferencia entre entonces y ahora?
Even in those days, of course, you had the beginnings of a crisis of capitalism. It was just starting.
En aquel entonces, cuando ellos surgieron las panteras negras, ya había una incipiente crisis del capitalismo.
Yeah, that's true, but it had not yet reached the critical point where masses of people begin to question the existence of capitalism. That point had not yet been reached, unfortunately.
Sí, pero en aquel momento no habían llegado a ese punto crítico en el que hubieran podido atraer a las masas. Todavía no había, las condiciones no estaban todavía maduras.
I think that up until quite recently, John will correct me, but up until fairly recently, not many people in the States actually would question the existence of the capitalist system as such. I think that's a fair observation.
Yo, vamos, que me corrija John si me equivoco, pero yo creo que hasta muy recientemente la gente en los Estados Unidos difícilmente se ha cuestionado el sistema.
But now, as John says, there's a huge change in consciousness.
Pero ahora, como dijo John, hay un gran cambio en el nivel de la conciencia de la gente.
He quoted the figures for the rise of interest in socialism in the USA. There are many polls that have been published, very interesting polls.
hecho una cantidad de cifras y citas muy interesantes en la que cuánta gente ahora está interesada en el socialismo y que lo apoya y todo esto.
I haven't seen the one that John quoted, but I remember a few years ago, this is when Bernie Sanders had just begun to be accepted as a candidate, as a potential candidate.
Aunque esta no es reciente, sino cuando Bernie Sanders empezó por primera vez más o menos a presentarse como candidato.
And if my memory serves me correctly, this is a couple of years ago now, if my memory serves me correctly, 67% of the youth said that they would vote for a socialist candidate.
Si no me equivoco, si no me falla la memoria, creo que ya en aquel entonces un 67% de la juventud decía que estaba a favor de apoyar un candidato socialista.
Which is incredible, but even more incredible was the comments by some right-wing journalists.
Y eso es increíble, pero más increíble los comentarios de algunos periodistas de derechas.
He said, "Oh well, there's no need to worry about this. I wouldn't worry too much.
Uno de ellos decía, bueno, no hay que preocuparse mucho por esas cifras.
That's just the youth, the young kids."
Solo es la juventud, los chavales.
But when it comes to older people, people above the age of 65, only 33% would support the socialist candidate.
Pero no hay que preocuparse porque si miramos el grupo en la edad que es a partir de los 65 años, solo el 33% apoya el socialismo.
And I thought to myself, Jesus Christ.
Y yo lo que se me ocurrió fue decir, madre, Jesucristo.
After decades of constant attacks against socialism and communism, which they said was the same, vicious anti-communist propaganda, the fact that 33% of people above the age of 65 would vote for a socialist candidate, I think that was an extraordinary state of affairs.
Pero si lo piensas, después de décadas y décadas hablando contra el socialismo, contra el comunismo, metiéndotelo por todos los poros, el decir que solo 33% de los mayores de 65 años están a favor del socialismo, esto es asombroso.
And that was a couple of years ago. The figures have moved on since then, I'm convinced.
Y esto ya
10 minutes past.
Estoy seguro de que ahora las cifras incluso han mejorado.
Yes. 54%, as John said, 54% supported the burning down of the police precinct in Minneapolis. Astonishing.
El 54% de la gente aprueba que se quemara la comisaría de policía de Minneapolis. Asombroso.
I mean, that as John said, that's a revolutionary act. That's an insurrectionary act. And it had the support of 54% of the population.
Si lo piensas, eso fue un acto insurreccional y que tuviese el 54% de apoyo de la población.
I would describe that not as a huge change. I would describe that as a seismic change.
Yo describiría eso como un cambio sísmico.
Now, of course, we mustn't exaggerate, of course.
Por supuesto, no debemos exagerar.
I agree with John's appraisal that it's just the beginning of the beginning. That's a fair comment.
Estoy de acuerdo con la valoración que hace John, que esto es el principio del principio.
Yes, but the main point is not so much that. The main point is something fundamental has changed in the United States. You better believe it.
Pero eso no es lo más importante. Lo más importante es convencerte de que algo fundamental ha cambiado en el seno de los Estados Unidos.
These events represent a fundamental change, and I will say nothing will ever be the same in the United States ever again. Nothing.
Y esos acontecimientos representan un cambio que nos puede dejar llegar a la conclusión de que los Estados Unidos nunca más van a volver a ser los mismos.
And I would say for the first time ever,
Yo diría que por primera vez.
The road to socialism, the road to revolutionary socialism and Marxism in the US is now wide open.
Y yo diría que por primera vez el socialismo revolucionario y el marxismo en los Estados Unidos se encuentra totalmente abierto.
So watch this space.
Así que atentos a este espacio.
Now, Comrade Alessandro made some very pertinent points, I thought, about the situation of the Italian working class. You see, the Italian ruling class, I think, are playing with fire. They've all forgotten a little detail, all of them, and the trade union and labor leaders. They've forgotten a little detail.
Ellos, incluidos los dirigentes políticos sindicales, olvidado un pequeño
The
detalle.
Italian working class has got revolutionary traditions, you better believe it.
Y es que el proletariado italiano tiene unas tradiciones muy revolucionarias. Mejor que te vuelvas a acordar.
And you see, the fact that there is no reformist workers' party in Italy now,
Y el hecho de que ahora no existe un partido reformista en Italia,
Socialist Party disappeared years ago,
el Partido Socialista desapareció hace años,
and the Communist Party, the mighty Italian Communist Party, also disappeared. It was a party of millions.
y el poderoso Partido Comunista Italiano, un partido comunista de millones, también ha desaparecido.
Now, from the standpoint of the Italian ruling class, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Desde el punto de vista de la clase dominante italiana, ¿eso es una buena cosa o es una mala cosa?
I answer it is a very bad thing and a very dangerous thing from their point of view.
Yo respondo, es una cosa muy mala porque desde su punto de vista es una situación
Because in all countries now, it's the reformist leaders, the reformist political and trade union leaders that are the only prop, basically, of the capitalist system. It's propping them up.
Porque en prácticamente todos los países ahora la única fuerza en la que pueden basarse, o sea, en la que tienen alguna posibilidad de sostenerse, es basándose en los reformistas.
In Italy, the Communist Party played that role very effectively for decades, actually.
El PC italiano jugó ese papel muy eficazmente durante décadas.
And therefore, the choice is between going downhill in a car with bad brakes
Así que la elección es entre ir cuesta abajo, una cuesta hacia abajo con un coche sin frenos,
and going downhill with a car with no brakes at all.
o lo mismo, pero sin frenos en absoluto.
Once the Italian workers get on the move,
Una vez que los obreros italianos empiecen a movilizarse,
and everything that Alexandro just said indicates that that is well on the way to being prepared. There's a seething anger, there's a seething rage and indignation, of course.
15 minutes gone.
lo que ha descrito Alessandro, ya existe una situación en la que se ve un cabreo, una indignación creciente.
The crisis of Italian capitalism is probably the most severe of any European nation at the present stage.
La crisis de la burguesía italiana es posiblemente la más grave de toda Europa.
To quote Lenin's phrase, it's probably the weakest link in European capitalism at the present time. I believe that that's correct.
Por parafrasear a Lenin, diría que es el
carbon level.
eslabón más débil de la cadena del capitalismo europeo.
And once the Italian workers get on the move, you look out.
Y una vez que los obreros italianos se pongan en marcha, atención.
And the Italian youth, of course.
Y por supuesto, la juventud italiana.
It'll be like 1968, 1969 again on a vastly higher scale, I would say.
Va a ser como en los años 68 y 69, pero a una escala muy superior.
Fortunately, we've got a very good section, a very strong section in Italy, and we are poised to make big gains, I'm certain.
Afortunadamente, tenemos un grupo en Italia bastante fuerte y eso nos pone en una posición muy fuerte también para tener nuevos logros.
And of course, this is in the context of a severe crisis of European capitalism,
Y esto se da en una situación de severa crisis del capitalismo
which Comrade Josh dealt with very effectively, I thought.
que el compañero Josh explicó de una manera muy eficaz.
You see, the European Union is breaking apart, it's clear.
La Unión Europea se está destrozando.
And under conditions of crisis, economic nationalism now comes to the fore. They're all defending their own patch, their own country, their own nation, their own interests.
Y en una situación de desintegración, el nacionalismo económico va a surgir por todas las partes.
In the European Union, new fault lines are appearing all the time.
En la Unión Europea siguen apareciendo nuevas fallas todo el tiempo.
Not just with Eastern Europe, with the Poles and the Hungarians and so on. That's been in the case for some time.
No solo con el área de Europa del Este, como los polacos y demás, eso ya no es nuevo, lleva ocurriendo hace
But particularly with the poorer countries of Southern Europe and the wealthier countries of the North.
Pero ese abismo está agrandándose entre los países del sur más pobres y los países más ricos del norte.
And that came to a head in the recent summit meeting which they held.
Y ese enfrentamiento se vio claramente en una reunión reciente que tuvieron.
Which nearly broke up in violently. It was a violent meeting, they had a violent row.
Que tuvo un carácter bastante violento.
Apparently at one stage, Macron banged the table and said he was going to walk out.
Parece ser que en algún momento Macron de Francia pegó un golpe en la mesa y dijo que se marchaba de la reunión.
Because the Germans and the Swedes and the Finns also and the Dutch in particular were refusing to hand over the cash.
Y era porque en general los alemanes, los suecos, los finlandeses y sobre todo los holandeses se negaban a soltar el dinero.
And Macron, he warned them. He issued a warning.
Y Macron les advirtió.
He said, and I quote, if we can't do this today,
Si no podemos, esto es una cita de Macron, si no podemos hacer esto hoy,
I tell you, the populists will win.
os digo una cosa, van a ganar los populistas.
Today, tomorrow, the day after,
Hoy, mañana y el día de pasado mañana.
in Italy, in Spain,
En Italia, en
perhaps
España,
in France and elsewhere,
y quizás en Francia y en otros sitios,
he said.
dijo.
In other words, it was a threat that the whole European Union was going to break apart. It seemed to be on the verge of doing that.
Y era una advertencia de que parecía que la Unión Europea estaba al borde de romperse.
In the end, they stitched together some kind of a deal, but I think it will not solve anything, and these cracks are going to continue.
Al final parchearon un tipo de acuerdo, pero esto no parece que vaya a solucionar la situación.
And then, of course, you've got Brexit.
Y claro, por otro lado tenemos Brexit
To cheer everybody up, you've got Brexit,
para animar a todo el mundo.
which, of course, as has been said, as James stated quite correctly, it'll be a catastrophe for Britain.
Y como James lo dijo claramente, esto va a ser un desastre para Inglaterra.
Particularly if they leave without a deal. And at the moment, that seems to be on the cards.
Particularmente si se marchan sin llegar a ningún tipo de acuerdo. Y de momento eso es lo que hay en la mesa.
This will be a disaster for Europe, but an absolute catastrophe for Britain.
Eso sería
20 minutes gone.
y una catástrofe para Gran Bretaña.
You know, I sometimes wonder what's in the heads of these politicians in London in particular.
Algunas veces me pregunto qué es lo que está pasando por la cabeza de estos políticos, particularmente los que viven en Londres.
They really believe that Britain is like in the good old days when Britain ruled the world, when Britain ruled the empire. I mean,
Deben de pensar que Gran Bretaña sigue siendo la misma de los años del imperio cuando dominaba medio mundo.
they're going to have a very serious awakening from the stupid dreams.
Pero van a tener un despertar muy amargo de esos sueños estúpidos.
When they leave Europe,
Porque cuando se marchen de Europa,
it will soon be seen the reality
pronto verán la realidad.
of Great Britain. What's Great Britain, for God's
de
sake? What's Great Britain?
Bretaña, ¿qué Gran Bretaña?
An insignificant little island off the coast of Europe. That's what Great Britain is.
Va a ser simplemente una isla insignificante al oeste de Europa, simplemente.
And I think James pointed out correct. I think it was James or Josh, one of the two pointed out,
Y creo que James o Josh dijo de una manera muy oportuna
that the national question in Britain has not been resolved.
que la cuestión nacional en Gran Bretaña no se ha resuelto.
There's a burning hatred of Boris Johnson and all his works in Scotland in particular, burning hatred.
En particular en Escocia hay un odio creciente hacia Boris Johnson.
Scots voted to stay in Europe, so they're not happy about this position at all.
Y la mayoría de la población escocesa, cuando hubo el referéndum de Brexit, votaron a favor de permanecer en Europa.
And now 54% of the people of Scotland are in favour of independence.
Y encima de eso, ahora ya las estadísticas dicen que el 54% de la población escocesa quiere independencia.
And it seems that figure is being maintained. This is something new.
Y esa cifra parece que se mantiene, eso es algo nuevo.
Johnson's so alarmed, he went to Scotland yesterday, I think, or the day before yesterday, to appeal to people to stay in the Union. You know?
Esto le alarmó tanto al gobierno que Johnson fue en viaje político a Escocia para, pues eso, para advertir a la
Yes.
gente.
That went down like a lead balloon.
que era mejor estar en Gran Bretaña. Pero
I think
eso-
he would have done better to stay in London.
Pero eso ha tenido, yo creo, el efecto contrario. Más le hubiera valido quedarse en Londres.
Oh yes, and then there's the special relationship between Britain and America.
Ah, sí, y luego viene ese asunto de la relación especial
Yes.
entre Gran Bretaña y los Estados
Yes.
Unidos.
Yeah, that's the special relationship between a servant and his master.
Sí, esa es la relación que existe entre el sirviente y el jefe.
And if, as is possible, Scotland breaks away from the Union, the first time in 300 years,
Y es posible que,
it's not ruled out.
que no está descartado que Escocia rompa con la Unión.
Well,
la primera vez.
Boris Johnson will no longer be the Prime Minister of Great Britain, but the unfortunate leader of Little England.
Así que si pasa eso, Johnson no va a ser el afortunado presidente de Gran Bretaña, sino de la Inglaterrita.
Now, the Tories will be increasingly hated. They are increasingly hated.
Los Tories empiezan a ser cada vez más odiados.
But what's the alternative?
¿Cuál es la alternativa?
Under Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour Party was an attractive proposition for millions of people.
Bajo Jeremy Corbyn, el Partido Laborista era una atracción interesante para millones de personas.
He's a left reformist, of course,
Él es un reformista de izquierda.
with all the limitations of a left reformist, as we saw.
Con todas las limitaciones del reformismo de izquierda, como hemos visto.
He should have taken action immediately against the right wing of the Labour Party, against the Parliamentary Labour Party.
Él tendría que haber tomado una acción rápida en contra del partido, del grupo parlamentario.
That's what we were advocating all the time.
Eso es.
Deselection.
Eso es lo que nosotros defendíamos todo el tiempo, deselección, quitar, o sea, pasar por selección los parlamentarios.
But typical of a left reformist, he was weak. He didn't do that. He didn't do what he should have done.
De izquierda mostró su debilidad y no hizo lo que tenía que haber hecho.
And therefore they launched a most savage attack against him, savage, every day.
Y por lo tanto, estos, los parlamentarios
25 minutes gone.
van a llevar un ataque feroz.
They sabotaged Labour's campaign. They didn't want Labour to win the election, and they got what they wanted. They lost the election.
Y ahora se sabe que incluso sabotearon las elecciones generales para que Corbyn no pudiera ganar.
With a massive campaign, a vicious campaign in the Tory press, of course.
Ayudados de una campaña salvaje en la prensa conservadora.
And they got what they wanted, and Corbyn unfortunately resigned.
Y así, pues, obtuvieron lo que se merecían de alguna manera, y el resultado fue que Corbyn dimitió.
Which opened the way now to the return of the right wing under Starmer. He is a right wing, Blairite of the worst kind.
Abierto el camino para el regreso de la derecha en el seno del Partido Laborista, representado por Starmer, que es un blairista consumado.
What he wants is a national government with himself, I assume, as Prime Minister, I suppose.
Por supuesto, él está a favor de un gobierno nacional, me imagino que es poniéndose él mismo a la cabeza.
Now, unfortunately, at the moment, the Labour Party is paralysed by coronavirus. It's not meeting. The party is not meeting.
La cuestión es que ahora el Partido Laborista está paralizado porque debido al coronavirus es un buen pretexto para tenerlo paralizado.
And quite a few people are leaving, by the way. They're disappointed. They're leaving.
Al tiempo hay bastante gente que, pues, después de haberse decepcionado, pues están marchando del partido.
But at the same time, there's an enormous, the same radicalization that Alexander referred to in Italy also exists in Britain.
Pero esa radicalización a la que se refería Alessandro relacionada con Italia también existe en Gran Bretaña.
And therefore, enormous possibilities are opening up here also.
Y por lo tanto, aquí también en Gran Bretaña están abriéndose unas grandes
But I can't say much more because I'm running out of time. But there are huge possibilities. In Britain, again, we have a very strong section which can take advantage of this situation.
No puedo decir mucho más por falta de tiempo, pero sí, una vez más, aquí también tenemos la ventaja de tener un gran grupo y esto nos abre mayores posibilidades.
But I have to bring my remarks to a close
Ahora tengo que terminar.
because we have another very important point on the agenda,
Tenemos un punto muy importante en el orden del día,
which is the collection.
que es la colecta.
We need money to build this organization, of course.
Necesitamos dinero para construir esta organización.
But here's a question. Why are we internationalists?
Aquí os lanzo una pregunta. ¿Por qué somos internacionalistas?
it's not a sentimental question,
No es una cuestión sentimental,
because we like foreigners,
porque nos gusten los extranjeros.
like the Friends of the United Nations and organizations, petty bourgeois organizations like that.
Naciones Unidas y cosas de ese estilo.
You know, we like some foreigners, we strongly dislike others.
Nos gustan algunos extranjeros y nos disgustan otros.
No, our internationalism is based on objective reasons, solid objective
Nuestra
reasons.
internacional lo es por unas razones objetivas.
We live in one world,
Vivimos en un mundo
and the interconnections of this world has never been greater than it is now. This very school indicates that. So proof of this.
y las interconexiones que existen en estos momentos nunca han tenido paralelo y la prueba es la misma escuela esta que estamos teniendo.
Even the coronavirus, in a sense, demonstrates the truth of internationalism, as Mr. Trump found out.
Incluso el coronavirus ha puesto de manifiesto el internacionalismo, como el propio Trump ha descubierto.
This man actually he resorted to the coronavirus by putting a block on the airports.
Quiso detener el coronavirus bloqueando los aeropuertos.
Yeah, as if you could stop the virus by blocking the airports.
Como si pudiera parar el virus bloqueando los aeropuertos.
The virus doesn't respect frontiers, my friends, as you know.
Los viruses no respetan fronteras, amigos míos. Como
Yes,
muy bien sabemos.
and the socialist revolution also does not respect frontiers.
Y tampoco la revolución socialista respeta fronteras.
That's why we're internationalists,
Por eso somos internacionalistas.
because the world demands internationalism. It demands, that's the answer to the problem.
Exige internacionalismo es una exigencia para resolver los
Even I think some bourgeois scientists and doctors understand that in a way.
Algunos burgueses y intelectuales y burgueses doctores entienden eso.
What do they say about the coronavirus?
¿Qué están diciendo del coronavirus?
They say it every day.
Lo dicen todos los días.
The only way to tackle this is by combining all the resources of the world, the scientific and all the resources of the
La
world.
única
30 minutes gone.
única manera de combatir este virus es combinando todos los esfuerzos internacionales de la ciencia y la tecnología.
And what happens under capitalism?
Pero ¿qué ocurre bajo el capitalismo?
Even on such an elementary question as the coronavirus, which threatens the whole of humanity,
Incluso en una cuestión tan elemental como este virus que está amenazando la existencia del mundo,
instead of reaching a harmonious collaboration and a pooling of the gigantic resources of the world,
en lugar de llegar a un acuerdo armonioso y juntar todos los gigantescos recursos económicos que existen en el mundo
to combat what is a common threat to the whole of the human race,
para combatir lo que es una amenaza común para toda la raza humana,
they're fighting like dogs among each other to possess whatever vaccine may be created for themselves.
están luchando entre todos para conseguir una vacuna que nada más, o sea, que están planteándola para ellos mismos.
That in itself illustrates the rottenness, the corruption, the complete degeneration of capitalism in the 21st century.
Asimismo, pone de manifiesto la completa podredumbre, corrupción y degeneración que representa este sistema capitalista.
I rest my case.
Y aquí dejo mi caso.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop there, does it?
Pero no se puede terminar así.
Comrade Serge and other comrades have made the point, the central point.
Pero el compañero Sergio y otros compañeros han dicho algo, un punto central.
We have an urgent task to perform,
Nosotros tenemos una tarea muy importante que desarrollar.
to create that vehicle, that necessary instrument for changing society.
Para crear ese vehículo que transforme la sociedad.
And that I mean the creation of a revolutionary party
Y con eso me refiero a la creación del Partido Revolucionario.
and a revolutionary international, because we are internationalists.
Una organización internacional.
Alessandro made quite I thought, a pertinent statement.
Alessandro hizo una declaración muy pertinente.
He said, and he's right, the comrade is a realist, and I approve of realists.
El compañero dice que es un realista y yo apruebo de los realistas.
He said as follows:
Dice lo siguiente.
we are not ready yet.
Nosotros todavía no estamos listos.
And that's true in general, we're not ready yet.
Es verdad en general.
But we have taken some important steps.
Pero hemos tomado unos pasos muy importantes. Hemos dado unos pasos importantes.
That's also true, comrades and friends. That's also
Eso
true.
también es verdad, compañeros compañeros y amigos.
The international Marxist tendency has taken some very important steps forward in building Marxism.
La corriente marxista internacional ha dado unos pasos muy importantes para desarrollar.
Everyone recognizes that, but our friends and even our enemies recognize
Todo el
it.
mundo lo reconoce, tanto nuestros amigos como nuestros enemigos.
They don't like it, but they have to admit that it's a fact.
No les gusta, pero tienen que admitirlo.
And this school, this marvelous school, this inspirational school, is just such a step, an important step forward for the international Marxist tendency.
Y esta escuela es precisamente ese paso que nos va a servir para seguir moviéndonos hacia adelante.
So what should we do?
Así que, ¿qué hacemos?
You know, I'll tell you something.
Os digo algo.
The building of the Revolutionary Party is actually, it's a whole collection of small steps, small tasks.
Os digo una cosa. La construcción del Partido Revolucionario consiste de todo un conjunto de pequeños pasos.
The road to big successes, and big
El
advances
camino hacia grandes éxitos, hacia grandes avances,
can only be prepared by a series of small steps,
puede prepararse mediante pequeños pasos
which every single one of you can do
que cada uno de vosotros individualmente puede hacer.
to spread the ideas of Marxism,
Extender las ideas del marxismo,
sell the books, the literature, the Marxist newspapers,
vender nuestra literatura, los libros,
collect money. We need money. We need money. Like any army, you know.
como cualquier ejército.
Napoleon said that finance is the sinews of war. I don't know if the commies can translate that.
Napoleón dijo que el dinero es
La base de
como
la
la
guerra.
médula.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And of course, the collection which will take place now is an important part of that.
Y por lo tanto esta colecta que vamos a hacer ahora pues forma una parte fundamental.
And therefore, I'll finish just I have one message for you.
Yo termino con un mensaje.
You can make a difference, my friend. You yourself can make a difference.
Puedes suponer una gran diferencia.
Whatever conclusion you draw from this marvelous school, from this discussion, whatever,
Que sea la conclusión que saques de esta extraordinaria discusión.
you must not draw the conclusion, well, it's all okay, but what can I do about it? I can't do
Puedes
anything.
sacar la conclusión de que bueno, todo está muy bien, pero ¿qué puedo hacer yo?
Yes, of course, you as an isolated individual, of course, you can't do anything.
Como individuo no puedes hacer todo, por supuesto que no.
As an isolated atom, you are impotent. Of course, that's
Un
true.
átomo aislado eres impotente.
But we're not isolated atoms, are we?
Pero nosotros no somos átomos aislados.
We are part of a great class and a great movement, the movement of the working class.
Somos parte de un gran movimiento, el movimiento de la clase obrera.
And what we have to do, what is necessary, what you can do immediately,
Lo que podemos hacer todos inmediatamente,
is to pick up a phone or go to your computer
coger el teléfono o ir a tu ordenador
and make up your mind
y pensar
to join us,
para pensar la idea de entrar
in the most important task that we face at the present
y
time.
llevar a cabo la tarea más importante en la que nos
The sacred task
la tarea sagrada
of carrying out
de llevar a cabo
the proletarian socialist revolution
la revolución socialista proletaria
on a world scale
a escala mundial
and open the door
y abrir las puertas
to a new and glorious future for the whole of
a
humanity.
un nuevo y glorioso futuro para toda la humanidad.
It's in your hands.
Está en vuestras manos.
Thank you very much for that excellent summing up, Alan. Now, excuse me. Now, as Alan said, if you like our ideas, we encourage you to join the IMT. And also to support us financially. As you know, nothing is free in capitalism. And we need money to build a revolutionary organization. To print books, have websites, print papers. Organizing an event like this. having professional revolutionaries who are dedicated to the task of the socialist revolution. And if you want to support this struggle and spread these ideas, please also do so by donating, which you can do on donate.marxist.com. It's quite easy to remember. And with that, I will give the word to Fred Weston.
E su questo punto do la parola a Fred Weston.
Who is an editor of Marxist.com. And he's going to be talking about the last point of the agenda of today. On the topic of financing the revolution. So without further ado, one second. If you give me a moment, I will let Fred in. You're on the air, Fred.
Okay, let me just get everything set up on this screen. Right, comrades, I'm sure you all enjoyed today's discussion. I, for one, have never seen such a meeting. You know, I'm over 60 now. And even I'm getting excited here. Today, when I was listening to Serge, my daughter sent me a message. She said, "Are you watching the school?" I said, "Of course. I'm with my Italian comrades in Milan." She wrote, "This is so cool. I'm so excited. I'm sure there are thousands of people listening in who feel like that." A gathering of so many people from so many countries to discuss the ideas of revolutionary Marxism is unprecedented. It's a historical meeting, comrades. 6,000 people registered. From the figures I have here, from 114 countries. I have the list here in front of me, and it's very impressive. Many, many countries where we have never had supporters. I could list them. I don't know if this needs translation. I will say it very clearly, and hopefully it won't need it. I'll try and use an international pronunciation. Pakistan, Brazil, England, Inglaterra, Reino Unido, whatever, Canada, USA, Estados Unidos, India, India, more than 300 registered from India, from all over India. Mexico, more than 200. Italy, Italia. Indonesia. Switzerland, Schweizer. France, Sweden, Russia. Spain, España. Germany, Alemania. Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, El Salvador, Colombia, Greece, Hellas for the Greeks, Denmark, Venezuela, Bangladesh, more than 40 registered in Bangladesh, comrades, but we had no, Poland, Polonia, South Africa, Belgium, Peru, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Nigeria, nearly 30 listening from Nigeria, Paraguay, Holland, Nepal, Guatemala, United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Honduras, Sri Lanka, Portugal, Australia, Uruguay, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Israel, including Jewish and Palestinian youth comrades, Ecuador, Ukraine, Sudan. Remember what happened last year in the Sudan? Norway, Liberia, Malaysia, Albania, Lebanon, Ireland, Irlanda, Hungary, I think that's Magyar something in Hungarian, Czech Republic, Nicaragua, Kyrgyzstan, Egypt.
Fred, the Chinese translators are telling you that they're struggling.
Ah, of course. I'm sorry. My problem there, of course.
You're Eurocentric, Fred.
I'm a Eurocentric. I'm an Anglocentric. I'll pause. If the Chinese have they caught up?
I think you should just go ahead.
Belarus, Zimbabwe, Taiwan, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, Philippines, Japan, Costa Rica, Timor-Leste, Slovakia, Cyprus, Bahrain, Oman, Mauritania, Luxembourg, Kuwait, Kenya, Kazakhstan, Jordan, Haiti, Cuba, Burma, Bulgaria, Western Sahara, Vietnam, Thailand, Tanzania, Syria, Romania, Qatar, Puerto Rico, Panama, New Zealand, Moldova, Madagascar, Lithuania, Iceland, Guyana, Ghana, Georgia, Finland, Fiji, Ethiopia, Chad, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Angola. That is the countries I have on my list. I may have missed one or two. Now, it's not by chance that we have such a meeting taking place at this moment in time, comrades. One is the crisis of capitalism. Another reason is the crisis of the leadership of the working class. Everywhere, the working class does not have the leaders it deserves. But there's also the work that we have done over many years in getting the IMT onto the map. It means workers and youth who are seeking explanations, who are seeking an organization to join, to change this society, are beginning to find it. With this number of people registered, and with the enthusiasm that you can feel, and with the correct ideas, we are going to build a powerful international Marxist movement. I don't need to repeat here what other comrades have said. The crisis that we're living through and the terrible conditions which millions of human beings are suffering at this particular moment in time. This is the capitalism of the 21st century. We must fight to change this. And we can change it. I'm sure many of you active in the different countries have met people who tell you that what you believe in is utopian. That it will never happen. This comes from a lack of understanding of how society works. The advantages the Marxists have is that we have the long view of history. We see where society is going. We see the events which are about to unfold. Which are preparing world revolution. And you are all part of that. We need to build this international Marxist organization. And we need your help. We have the ideas, but those ideas don't spread themselves. They have to be taken into the working class and into the youth.
10 minutes gone, Fred.
So first is we need you as active militants, active Marxists in the movement, fighting for the ideas of revolutionary socialism in the working class. But we also need your money. Some people joke with us when we ask for money. You know, what, communists asking for money? Unfortunately, we live in the capitalist world. Everything we do has to be paid for. We have calculated that the holding of this event, if you take into account all the different expenses, it's something like 20,000 euros to organize. But that's not the only thing that costs. Traveling from one country to another in normal times, not in lockdown, obviously, but in normal times, costs a lot of money. Publishing books, getting them translated, proofreading them, all of this costs. Sometimes we have to help comrades in some countries who are in difficulty. Some comrades live in countries where it's more dangerous to be active in the Marxist movement. You can get arrested. You can even disappear. We need to help when that happens, and we need to help in every way possible. And that's why I'm asking you now to consider seriously how much can you donate to this cause. Now, you're going to hear some pretty big donations today. From several sections of the International Marxist Tendency. We will also get donations from supporters and sympathizers who are moving towards the IMT in the process of joining the IMT. And I'm telling you, there are many that are doing that. The INT is not just growing in the countries where we have had a base for some years. We're spreading to a whole number of countries where we had no bases before. Now, I just wanted to make a point here. There are some countries where the money, when it's exchanged into dollars or euros, isn't very much. And there are many countries where the wages are far, far lower than they are in Europe or North America or Japan. For example, Sri Lanka. I looked up what the average wage of a worker is in Sri Lanka. What I found is that, according to the figures I found, it's less than 300 euros a month. And yet we have a group of sympathizers and supporters who are coming towards the IMT, who collected the equivalent of 109 euros towards this collection. Which is a huge amount of money for those comrades. Or we have Mexico, where the average wage there is similar to Sri Lanka. and the comrades have collected 553 euros towards the collection. Or take Pakistan, where wages are even lower. A worker might earn 100 euros, maybe less. But we have 200 euros from Pakistan. Now, I can give you some of the figures which are coming in here to me.
20 minutes gone, Fred.
Yeah. For example, sometimes there are comrades or supporters who, for one reason or another, don't wish to be named, don't wish to, their donation to be made public. And we have such a comrade in Europe who has given 10,000 euros. I'd say to that comrade, that's a very good investment. You see, it's always good to invest your money in an enterprise which is growing and which has a future. And the IMT is growing and it has a future. Now, I will stop there. I'll come back on this later on because there's a couple of other comrades who are going to speak before I take this up again. In the meantime, while you're listening to these other comrades, consider how much you can give. I'm sure many of you have already given, but when you listen to the ideas and when you think, what can I do with the money I have, whatever limited amounts you may have, is it worth adding to the donations of those Sri Lankan comrades, those Pakistani comrades, those Mexican comrades?
Thank you very much, Fred. That already sounds very promising. Now, just to give you a little taste of the type of work that the IMT is doing. We're bringing in a couple of comrades. First of all, I'll bring in John Peterson again from the United States. John, are you ready?
Always.
You're live.
Okay, comrades. Well, as has been said, this is really one of the most important discussions we'll be holding at the school. As we say in the United States, it's an opportunity to put our money where our mouths are. That is to say, to back up our political convictions with a bit of personal sacrifice. We've listened to the World Perspectives discussion. It's not an exaggeration to say that the future of humanity is at stake here. We don't have all the time in the world. Now, 6,000 and more for this school is a marvelous achievement. But we need to build even more quickly. We need to reach 60,000 people, 600,000, 6 million and more. The potential for this is absolutely there. The work of the IMT is being watched closely by hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps millions of people around the world. Now, it may come as a surprise to many of you, but there are more visitors to Marxist.com from the US than from any other country. In fact, since the beginning of March, there's been 32,000 individual visits just from the US. Now, as Alan explained, there is a definite before and after when it comes to the recent events and the effects that this has had on the consciousness of the workers and above all on the youth. Now, when these protests erupted after the murder of George Floyd, despite the pandemic, despite the lockdown, the police brutality, our comrades mobilized and we participated in over 100 different demonstrations over the last few weeks. From Minneapolis, Minnesota, to Louisville, Kentucky, and from New York City to Raleigh, North Carolina. And we distributed thousands of leaflets. We sold hundreds of copies of our magazine. Which is called Socialist Revolution, and we received an overwhelmingly enthusiastic response. Over the last few weeks, we've received hundreds of contacts who want to learn more about the IMT and dozens who have actually already joined us. Here's just a few examples of what people have written to us when we ask them why they want to join. From Manhasset, New York, they write, because capitalism is a sick and evil predatory system of mass extinction. From Los Angeles, I'm tired of this two-party system. At the end of the day, it's the working class who suffers, and it's time for that to change. From Appleton, Wisconsin, I'm tired of being angry at home, doing nothing, and hoping my vote is heard. It's time we radicalized. Revolution is not optional anymore. And from Tennessee, I'm a communist and I want communism. And the classic voice of the American youth and working class comes to us from Garden City, New York. When they say, I'm tired of having to decide.
John, you'll have to repeat that.
Tired of having to decide which of the two steaming piles of shit smells less bad. Now, comrades, the US is a rich country, but our members are not rich by any means. Many of our comrades have lost their jobs altogether during this crisis, while others are forced to work 70 or 80 hours a week as essential workers. But all of us are willing to make big sacrifices to further the work of the IMT. We fervently believe that this is essential to ensure the victory of the world revolution. So on behalf of the US section of the IMT, we'd like to do our part. And we'd like to make a pledge of $20,000 US to the collection. Now, this is just an initial pledge. We plan on collecting and donating as much as possible. So if you're watching this from the US and you haven't made a donation yet, please go to donate.marxist.com. Or you can go to socialistrevolution.org. And you can click on the donate page. And while you're there, why not get in touch with us and learn more about joining the IMT and the fight for socialism in our lifetime? Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much, John. And I will hand the word back to Fred. Wait, let me just... There we go, Fred, you're on.
Well, from the United States, $20,000 is a nice little amount to help us push up this collection, comrades. Did I say pequeña? Small? Oh. Did I? I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean. It's a good start to this collection. Now, I have a few messages coming through. Just to give you an example, one comrade here has written, "I gave £50 yesterday to defend Jeremy Corbyn." You know, Jeremy Corbyn is being taken to court by right-wingers. He says, "I'll have to at least double that, given that your ideas are many times as good as his." Another one has written in, says, "I just donated. I'm an unemployed student, so I could only give $45, but I encourage comrades to match me." Another comrade, Nicholas Hakel, says, I am already going to donate via my section. But for the summer collection, but I wanted to add some now here to help raise the spirit. Well, you raise my spirit, so hopefully it's having that effect on everybody else. There's Jason Schaefer, I think from the United States, says, I was able to donate at socialistrevolution.org. I lost my job in March. I'm donating from Portland, Oregon, in the United States, giving us $20. And a comrade, I think, from India, who says that he's sorry, Jean-Paul, he says that he's sorry he can't donate as he's homeless. I get a very little wage, not even enough money to buy food with. But I will donate in the future when I get money. That, comrades, is an indication of how some people are living in this world. I have to switch from lists here. Sorry, I got several windows open at the same time. And sorry. Sorry about this. No, it's I don't have a mouse. Shit.
Take your time, Fred.
Yeah, I know. I got so many things that are open that I don't usually have to do this in Bardonecchia, and the slightest touch and different windows open. I need the youth here to help me. But look, I will start giving a taste of what some sections of the International have already started sending in. The Austrians, I think that's more than the Americans in terms, because it's more, the euro, I think it's worth more than the dollar. I'm not sure. I'm not up to date on this. From Austria, we have 20,000 euros collected by our comrades all over the country. The Canadians are giving us just under 20,000 euros. That's 19,756. So Canadians, you know what it's like. Those that have been to the event in Italy know what I'm talking about here. And there's more. And the Canadians always try and prove that they can give more than some of their closer neighbors. And I'm sure that the Canadians will up that figure by the time this session is finished. We have a number of, I got it working, a number of individual donations which I wanted to read out. From Pakistan, an anonymous donation of $230 from one comrade. From Britain, we have Comrade Terry McParlin in the Northeast, who's giving us £200. That's, I think, about 220 euros. Then here I have the name Jim B from Britain, who's giving £100. Ben P from Britain, £100. Tom P from Sweden, £125. Pounds is a little bit more than euros, but that's Jack S from Britain, £100. An anonymous donation from the US, which is announced here in pounds, £100. Yaroslav, a comrade from the Czech Republic, £7. That's appreciated. A young comrade with not much money. Hassan W from Britain, £300. Eric R from the US, £250. Daniel M, £100. We have £20 donation. Here it says an anonymous £20 donation from the Horn of Africa. And then, no, that's the Ivory Coast, not the Horn. This is the Horn of Africa. Anyway, there's a number of smaller donations from. I just have names. Sam twice. There must be two Sams, obviously. Jonathan, Veni, Camilla, Jose, Dominic, James, Reese, Nat, Nicholas, Eleanor, Patricia, Alex, David, Jonathan, Daisy, Mariana, Lubna, Leonard, Vincent, Court, Callum. These are all comrades who have given donations. Then we have from Switzerland, Serena W with £100. Now, earlier on, I mentioned the big, the huge significance of donations from countries like Sri Lanka or Pakistan. Which are greatly appreciated. But from a purely capitalist point of view, we fortunately have comrades who work in countries where the wages are a lot higher. Where in Switzerland, where I think that for the cost of a beer in Switzerland, you could probably pay the whole rent for a month in a place like Pakistan. Unfortunately, we have a vibrant section in Switzerland. Now, if I was doing this live, I would all ask you to guess how much the Swiss comrades are giving this year, but we can't do that. And I'd have a lot of fun doing that. So there are some disadvantages to this online stuff. But there are also huge advantages, as you will see by the time we get to the end of this collection, comrades. The Swiss comrades are donating what only a few years ago would have been the sum total of the whole collection. The Swiss comrades, and I'm gonna pretend I can hear huge applause everywhere. The Swiss comrades are donating 38,156 euros. I can hear the whole world reverberating in applause there. So we're moving on. The collection is doing very well, comrades, but I wanted to give time for the second speaker here. If Hamid. Hamid, have you got the comrade ready?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Next up, we have Adam Paligan from Pakistan. Adam, you're on the air.
Yes. Should I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Fred, and thank you, Hamid. I think this is a very important session of financing the revolution. And the building of the Revolutionary Party cannot be done without these finances. And this is a marvelous Marxist school, and more than 6,000 people are registered for this. And this is a historic opportunity, and people from all over the world are participating. And it is important that the biggest delegation in this International Marxist University is from Pakistan. This shows the thirst of ideas and people looking for a way out, and the popularity of the Marxist and socialist ideas among youth and students especially. More than 900 people, Pakistanis, have participated in this event. And IMT has a very active section in Pakistan as well, building the forces of socialist revolution there. And all these people who are participating in this university must be discussing a lot of Marxist theory and ideas and revolutionary politics. But we ask from the people from Pakistan who are participating in this event to donate also for these activities. As Fred has already said, that there has been huge expenses in organizing this event. And there are more expenditures on the activities of the international and publishing books, literature, magazines, and many other things. And similarly, organizing activities inside Pakistan in around 30 cities across the country.
E similarmente, para organizar atividades no Paquistão,
And that is why the comrades in Pakistan, the students and workers in Pakistan should contribute in this finance appeal more enthusiastically. We know the conditions in Pakistan are extremely difficult. We know that there have been huge wage cuts. We know that the prices of medicine have been skyrocketing, and along with other basic items of basic necessity. The price of wheat flour, the cooking oil, or electricity, everything is rising every day. We know that many students are dropping out of their schools, colleges, and universities and going to work and can't complete their studies. We know that many comrades have lost their jobs as well. We know that the very close relatives of comrades have died because they couldn't afford medicines. But comrades, you know that what is the way forward out of this misery and deprivation? And the only way forward is a socialist revolution in this country. And the only way forward is to build a revolutionary party in Pakistan.
5 minutes.
And the finances to build this revolutionary party will come from the workers and students and youth of Pakistan. And we are not building a party only or revolutionary party of Pakistan, but the workers of the whole world. We are building an international. And comrades of Pakistan must donate heavily for this revolutionary cause. And this is the revolutionary spirit that we are against all those NGOs, those reformist ideas that are like vultures in this society. That is why we have an irreconcilable struggle against those NGOs and all those foreign funded organizations. Who get funding from Western imperialist powers and countries and are working on their agendas. That is why they always follow their dictates and they sell the miseries and deprivation of people. It is like rubbing salt on the injuries of the poor. That is why they were completely silent about the movement going on in America against racism and in other European countries. Because their imperialist masters didn't want them to talk about that movements and protests and mass uprisings there. And it was no accident that IMT was the only organization in Pakistan that was extending solidarity to the workers of the United States and other European countries against racism and other attacks of the ruling class. And we are proud of the revolutionary traditions of the working class of America, of and other European countries. And we are trying to unite workers of the world. And building a international genuine Marxist ideas. In Pakistan, we are working in different labor movements across the country. IMT was the key force behind the Grand Health Alliance, which is now has been built across the whole country among all the health workers. Health workers, from janitors to nurses to paramedics to young doctors, are all united against the attacks of the ruling class, against privatization and others. And IMT is playing a important role in all these struggles across the country. And trying to unite thousands of health workers on one platform. We are also looking forward, and we're preparing for the mass protests and strikes on 5th of August next week.
Ten minutes gone.
In which railway workers from across the country will participate, and Red Workers Front of IMT is in coordination with them. We are trying to bring other workers on these 5 August protests and trying to win other unions on this one platform. Trying to bring health workers with these railway workers. And workers from telecommunication sector. From Public Works Department in Balochistan. Electricity workers in different cities. And different other departments. And similarly, we are involved in many campaigns of the youth and students. Most importantly, against the budget cuts of the government on university funding. We are also publishing a lot of Marxist material where regular a quarterly paper theoretical journal called Lal Salam. Publishing books in Urdu and philosophy, Marxist philosophy, in revolutionary history, and different other important topics. And also a monthly paper for the workers, which is called Worker Nama. And a youth paper digital online, which is called Halla Bol. We have more than 15 offices across different country in different cities. And our comrades in Pakistan are already paying from their meager finances for those offices. But I appeal to the comrades from Pakistan, which is the largest delegation in this event.
Please sum up.
That we need more finances for our activities. And our international needs a lot of more finances. And we want you to make more sacrifices and donate more to the IMT. We know that it will be a harsh decision to decide between 2 meals or a day or to donate the IMT. Maybe it is a decision to skip important medicine or to donate to IMT. Maybe it is a choice between to pay your fees or other important expenditures or to pay to the revolutionary struggle.
Please wrap up, Adam.
But comrades, we are not fighting for ourselves. We are fighting for the next generations. We have a struggle against barbarism. One of our comrades has already been abducted in Karachi and is facing torture. And before that, already we have seen state repression. And many other political activists and people are also facing these conditions. So it is a life and death struggle for us. It is a life and death struggle for the whole humanity. And it is a life and death struggle for the human civilization as a whole, which is at stake now due to this capitalism. So please come forward and donate whatever, 100 rupees you can do, 500, 1000. If like 1000 comrades are participating in this event and everybody donates 1000 rupees each, that will be a huge amount for Pakistan section and for the international as well.
Thank you very much.
And you can pay it to the through our Urdu website, through our comrades in different cities across the country, or in your offices in different cities. And do it as a revolutionary duty, and please come forward and participate in this appeal. And we are sure that with this money, we will build a strong organization which will not be defeated by any imperialist power or through any state repression. Just like the Bolshevik Party was built by the kopecks of the Russian workers, we will build a revolutionary party in Pakistan with the 100 rupees, 10 rupees, 50 rupees of the workers of Pakistan. And will this money will fight all the state repression, will overcome all our difficult economic and difficulties and obstacles, and will win this fight. And end this barbaric, bloodthirsty capitalism once and for all. Long live socialist revolution. Socialist Inqilab Zindabad.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adam. Is there a translator?
Lal Salam.
Adam gave us a little taste of what is at stake here. I'll hand back the word to Fred.
Okay. While Adam was speaking, and even before then, many more donations have come in. And I apologize if I can't list all of them. It's going to be physically impossible. But this is a good problem to have. I'll just try and list some of them. Karen S., United States, £100. Jenny from Brazil, 100 reals. Evan R. In the UK, in Britain, £100. An anonymous donation from the States, another £100. Eric R., United States, £200. Anonymous from the United States, £300. Glenn S., Britain, £100. I think I know Glenn. Anyway, Nicholas D. from Canada, £175. The Canada. R. Mitchell, Britain, £100. Nasha Mavalbala, Canada, £100. Michael Hastings, Canada, £100. Alan and Anna, you heard Alan speak, and Anna was translating. Clearly, Alan inspired by his own speaking. I think he's inspired by the collection that's taking place and by all the comrades gathered here. So Alan and Anna together are giving £1,000 to the collection. Adam Zinedine, Canada, £100. Corey S, Britain, £100. Nicolas Cueto, he says, just follow the example of my comrade Leonard and all the comrades around the world, and by donating the €50. Thomas Sood, another £100. Abhinav M from Switzerland is adding, obviously, to the collection with €500. Thank you, comrade. Rachel Morgan from Britain, £120. Dwayne S from the US, £350. Martin van Hooversveen from Britain, £300. Raquel Balmer from the United States, $100. Then we have from sections, $500 from Argentina. $540 from Yugoslavia. $100 US from Bolivia, comrades. That's a lot of money for Bolivians to give. $130 from El Salvador. Again, that's a lot of money for El Salvador. The Canadians are adding to their pledge. On top of their pledge, they're adding 2,000 Canadian dollars. That's 1,280 euros, pushing up the Canadian total, comrades. They gave themselves a more modest target. They've added a little note saying that they wanted to beat the Austrian section this time. Comrade Daryl Cousins from Coventry, says an older Spanish-speaking sympathizer of the tendency. He says he's giving £500 in order to match the donation of the Mexican comrades. Dario S from Honduras, £60. That's a lot of money from Honduras. Another anonymous from Switzerland, £400. There's another Canadian anonymous donation of 500 Canadian dollars. Cheryl Court from Canada says, I added to my donation for those who can't donate. I imagine this is just the start for me, but I just submitted £300, which is just over 500 Canadian dollars. Thank you, comrade. The comrades in Guatemala, $13. Thank you very much, comrades. Right. Additional from Denmark, €662. Additional from Portugal, €100. The Swedish section is giving a total of 28,996, practically 29,000 euros from Sweden. Thank you very much, comrades. Other big donations that are coming in, the British comrades are pushing it up. They're doing bad in everything else, Brexit and coronavirus. But when it comes to the collection of the IMT, the British comrades, sorry. I suppose it's because things are so bad, they understand the need to donate. They've given 33,321 pounds from the British comrades. Other comrades coming in here, Cheryl, 20 pounds, I think. Honduras, Franklin Carranza from Honduras, 100 pounds. That's greatly appreciated from Honduras. Sean Beasley in Britain, 100 pounds. Simon B in Canada is giving 500 Canadian dollars, that's 320 euros. I appeal to comrades to understand that I'm looking at a screen where the figures for all the different countries keep going up in front of my eyes. I'm a bit like, what's his name? Donald Duck's uncle, who has dollar signs in his eyes. They keep changing as they keep going up. Look, the Swiss one has just gone up in front of my eyes, creeping towards the 40,000 if they keep going at this rate. Italy, the Italian comrades, 8,204 euros. That's been going up as I've been watching it. Germany, 5,785. France, 5,110. Denmark, 2,959, getting close to 3,000 Danish comrades. Spanish comrades, 2,715 euros. Belgium, 2,005 euros. From Holland, 890 euros. Some of these I may have mentioned already, but Serbia, 540 euros. The Portuguese have reached 500. The Greeks, 300. Honduras, I think I've mentioned it, but it's 175 now. We have close to 100 from Brazil. And that's euros, yeah. Ireland, 43, nearly 44 euros. And then a number of other smaller donations. Here's a new one. Here's a first time for the IMT. Eritrea. That wasn't even on the list of my countries that were registered. So we have an extra country, and we have 22 euros from Eritrea, which I appreciate is a lot of money for a donation from that country. Now, just as the Canadians upped their donation, the Americans, I meant the United States comrades, have added $5,000, bringing the total for the United States to $25,000, which in I think between the donation section and money that's been coming in now, the amount that has come in from the United States has reached 24,058 euros. The United States, 24,058. Now, the Swiss comrades, if they want to make a little effort, just save a couple of beers, you might knock it up to 40,000 euro amount. The Swiss comrades, if they want to add a little bit more, would knock theirs up to 35. And the Swiss and the Swedish are getting close to 35,000. Now, who's prepared to pay me to tell them how much we've raised so far? Is anybody? We have from Canada, Andeep Baines giving £100. Patrick McDonald from London giving £100. From El Salvador, a further $80 US. And at the moment, I think I'm sure I've not mentioned every single individual. And I'm sorry to those comrades if I've not been able to mention every single one. But I think we've had a good day. It can be a very tiring day, but I'm sure the comrades have benefited enormously from the discussions. And I'm dragging this out because Nicholas is typing me a secret message and I don't know what that is. Oh, another £100 from Switzerland from Diemo Luethi. And another 450 from Germany. Now, I am about to bring this to a close, comrades. So if you want to donate, you've got to be pretty quick with those fingers. The young ones in particular are very good at that. Now, what I can say is that we've had over 200 donations. And what I can say also, comrades, is that the collection has been even better than what I was expecting. I knew this was going to be a big one, because I'm in touch with a lot of comrades around the International Marxist Tendency. And the mood they transmit is one of enormous enthusiasm. You know, lots of contacts, building the organization. And in spite of the lockdown, we've actually increased our levels of activity. And we've massively expanded the influence of the IMT. But we need to do a lot more. Out of this school, and with the number of people who have registered and participated, We are going to build in many more countries. Somebody just asked me in the text here, can we get a total? But it's like firing at a moving target.
People are guessing in the chat.
It keeps going up and up and up.
Some
Literally,
comments say 130,000 euros.
Some of them are guessing 130,000. You are condemned as conservatives, comrade.
Some of us are saying 150,000.
150,000. Conservative as hell. Shall we play the warm game? Cold, warm, cold, warm. Have you got any more guesses there, Hamid?
There's one saying 1 million.
Now, I know that we have to have big targets, comrade, but we do need to maintain a sense of proportion, as Ted Grant used to say. Do you know that the figure just leapt by 2,000 in front of my very eyes? 2,000. Just as I mentioned those last few things. Listen, I think I'll just leave the computer on until tomorrow morning. Until as the groups of comrades were gathered, enjoy the evening together and consider how much more they want to give. But now that we have reached this, I can give you the figure if it stands still for a minute.
The US comrades just told me they're adding 2,300 to their donation.
They're adding that now.
Now is 2,450.
Has that been inserted into the total yet?
I don't know. They're just messaging me.
Hamid, because some clever comrades here are adding up the figures and adding. Has that extra US amount gone in? Let me just check.
If they have added it on the form, it will be.
I'll just take. Oh yes, the United States. The United States now stands at 26,416 euros. And the Canadians are coming in just behind them at 23,224. But I think it's time, if I don't make a mistake with my fingers here. I'm going to give you the total, comrades. But you still have another 3 days of this university. With plenty of sessions, with lots to learn. Those that can't donate today can donate tomorrow. But I can tell you this is an all-time record collection for the International Marxist Tendency. The US comrades say, put your money where your mouth is. And this collection shows that the comrades have done that. I will start with the cents. There are 65 cents on the end of this figure. And then after that, there are $494 euros. But the big figure in front of that, and it's going up as I speak, and the big figure in front of that is, it's already jumped. I was going to say 220,000 euros. But it's gone up to 221,143 as I was giving the total.
People are cheering on the chat.
Comrades, that is the biggest collection. It's almost doubling what we had in the previous year or two. And I'm sure that more money will come in over the next few days as comrades participate in different sessions. So I think we should give a big applause to everybody who participated, including the comrades that couldn't give. We know that there are comrades who cannot give. And that is fully understandable. What you can give is your time, your energy, and your dedication to building the ideas of Marxism, to building the IMT, and together comrades, this is a marvelous achievement. Now, if you're with other comrades, enjoy the rest of the evening or the afternoon or the morning, wherever you are. If you're having little get-togethers with food and wine and whatever, and you're making money for the International, that'll be added to this collection. It's already 222,000 as I said that. But I will leave it there. Congratulations, comrades. We are going to build something serious here with this commitment of all the comrades.
Thank you very much, Fred. And thank you for all the people participating in the session and in the collection. More than $250,000, that's not too bad. And I'm sure that as we speak already, it's going up. And all of this money will go to building the forces of Marxism all over the world. I think this was an excellent ending to an excellent day, excellent session. I think we can all agree that we all learned something today and deepened our understanding. But of course, it doesn't stop here. Because today is another day. Of course it is. And especially for Marxist University. We will start again at 1 p.m. UK time. With 3 different sessions that you can pick from. Why has capitalism failed? Class collaboration, compromise, and the crisis of reformism. Marxism and modern science, dialectics of nature. And then later on in the second block of sessions, so to say, We have a system change, not climate change, Marxism and the environment. Class struggle and small circle mentality, Marxism versus sectarianism. The poverty of philosophy, Marxism versus postmodernism. And if you're too excited to wait until then, you can go to our website, Marxist.com, where we have a wealth of material about all kinds of subjects. And in fact, a part of the website is called Marxist University. Where you can study different topics of Marxist theory. And you can learn more about the IMT. So with those words, I'll call it a day and see you tomorrow.